The Combat Achievement Diary. This is the full series of the Zookhelm Any% Speedrun, starring GM to GMs. This video is sponsored in part by my store. Recently opened with clothes that you won't feel too ashamed of to wear in public. Link will be in the description. Thank you for watching, and please enjoy the series. In old school RuneScape, there are many ways a player can challenge themselves, whether it be training skills, fighting bosses, fighting other players, and even speedrunning. I've been interested in a long-term speedrun for quite some time now, and recently a few noteworthy individuals have been speedrunning a max cape on fresh accounts. But that's not the speedrun I'll be going for. What I'm looking at is none other than the Tiz Cal Zook Slayer helmet. Obtainable only by completing all of the tasks in the Combat Achievement Diary. So I'll keep the rules of this series short and sweet. Rule 1, we'll measure time based off of the in-game timer, as it's the easiest way to keep track of it. Second, this will be done on a fresh main account, right off a tutorial island. And third, since we are a filthy main account, we will be abusing alts, boosting, cheese strats, you name it, all of them around the table, and we'll make use of every single one we can find. Now, with all of that out of the way, my name's a Cold One, and let's get started. With the monotony of Tutorial Island completed, our first order of business is to get some free shit from our main account. We then transport this to Varrock to start a questline that unlocks the Arclight. It's very important that we light fires while doing this quest, so the locals of Varrock fear our very existence. We claim our first key for the Demon Slayer quest, throw some water down the drain, and come over and become an official homeowner. We then grab the second key, before continuing our pyromaniac tendencies all across Varrock. Since our first goal is the Angler outfit, we're making our way to Artie the old-fashioned way, by pulling this scary lever. Twice. Now the citizens of this impossible-to-pronounce town have to deal with us. And with 30 fire making out of the way, we can complete this arbitrary quest that gives us more than enough fishing experience to ride the trawler boat. Some of you might have noticed this character is called Dumb Idiot 4. Well, that's because there's 4 dumb idiots, and they're all riding the boat together. If anyone watching this is familiar with The Legend of Zelda speedruns, this boat is basically the Dampé of the run, and would be a cause to reset if I'm unlucky. So with 4 accounts, certainly one of them has to get lucky, right? Let's make this fun. Pause the video and comment down below right now, without cheating, which dumb idiot you think will finish the set first. And on the way back up, you might as well hit the subscribe button. It's not going to hit itself. Now without further ado, after we get rid of the pop-up windows and disable the C6 simulation camera, which is still a thing, let's see which dumb idiot can finish the set first. And Dumb Idiot 3 is our winner, finishing the whole set in just 10 boats. Dumb Idiots 1, 2, and 4 are sent packing, never to be seen again. And now that we have our winning account, we can invest more into him, including a very important name change. While we get 10 fletching, let's go over a rough battle plan for today. There's a lot of requirements for the Grandmaster Combat Diaries, and wouldn't you know it, one of them is quests. Everyone says you should quest in the early game, and they're not wrong. It sucks, but everyone's gotta do it. But don't worry, we'll end the video with some combat achievements. With 10 fletching being the requirement for Tourist Trap knocked out of the way, there was only 2 quests I really wanted to finish before leaving this area, that being Monk's Friend for the woodcutting experience, and Plague City for the mining experience, and of course the ability to teleport back to Artie. And while we're still level 3 combat, there's a few places I want to make use of. One of them being the Chaos Altar in level 38 Wilderness. In order for a PKer to attack me before I'm done using what I brought, they would need to be level 51 combat or lower. On top of that, PKing is completely dead, and the odds of running into anyone out here, let alone someone who can attack me, is basically zero, making this. I just lost 15 mil in bones. I hate it here. Luckily, I've done some research on Reddit, and I found out that main accounts apparently have infinite money, and it's never an issue. And they're right, I do have infinite money, so we just bought some more bones and went right back to doing what we did. This time, however, no matter what type of person I saw, whether it was a bone runner or PKer, I would just hop immediately. It came to my attention the day after running these, the Darkbow account and the group Iron Men training Prayer were in fact the same person. So if you recall Sea Engineer's PvP with Hardcore Iron Man series, where he's all paranoid anytime he sees another player and says,
"Is this a scout?"
He's right. Everyone's a scout apparently. Trust no one. Anyway, you'll notice I'm stopping short just before 80 Prayer. I could just get it, but the quest I plan to complete will just finish the level, so I may as well save a little bit of money. The Death Warp gets us out of the wilderness a little faster, and I want to be in Lumbridge anyway. Back in Lumbridge, we get a few more care packages from the so-called infinite money source called the main account. I need to complete X marks the spot in Druidic Ritual before heading to Wintertodt, so I'll knock out a few other quests on the way. The first of which being Cook's Assistant. This episode is sponsored by Ring of the Elements, because it teleports you to this location right by the shed. That's X marks the spot so we can access Saya, Imp Catcher, Restless Ghost, stopping by this dude while I can hold 25 bones so I can pick up his key for the Demon Slayer quest, Rune Mysteries, and more free shit from the First National Bank of Cold. Doric is on the way to Cake Mix up in Taverley, so we decided to help him out and claim the free mining experience. That's Druidic Ritual for the Herblore unlock. We start the Knight's Sword. We start the Shield of Arav on our visit to the library in Varrock, get a free certificate half from someone who is not, I repeat, not, a paid actor, and complete Shield of Arav. Witch's Potion is on the way to Thurko, so we stopped by and made the potion real quick. And the second skill requirement for Taurus Trap is done as soon as we complete the Knight Swords quest. Varrock seemed a bit too peaceful when I stopped by the library, so I'm just gonna do my thing again and light it all on fire. I'll get back to you. And with that last log, that gets us 50 fire making and access to the prestigious skilling boss, the Wintertodt. It has 8 tasks for us to complete, each more difficult than the last, but I think we got this. I am achieving so much combat right now. With the first KC we knock out 3 tasks, and between kills I'm going to log out to keep my in-game time as low as possible. Since I wasn't sure how fast the world was going to complete the game, I decided to log in at 100% just for this one to find out how long it would actually take for me to score up 500. We had a decent amount of time left, so for the rest of these I'll be logging in once the Wintertodt is down to 80%. That's another task for repairing one of the braziers. And that's the task for 5 Wintertodt kill count. We are now a novice. So I think we'll just skip ahead to the one task where I've got to get 3,000 points. Luckily, with the power of a main account, I can get the HP down to 4% and log in on that, and... well, there he is. And with that, that is the final 2 combat achievements of Wintertodt, being 3,000 points and 10 kill count. We end the first video with a total level of 293, but more importantly, we end with a playtime of only 4 hours and 55 minutes. We also found a way to complete all of the seemingly impossible Wintertodt combat tasks. The Grandmaster Combat Diary has many requirements that you wouldn't initially think of. To keep things simple, we can look at the requirements for big quests such as Dragon Slayer 2 and Song of the Elves. Most stat requirements are either 70 or close to it, so just remember the magic number for this series is 70. I want to knock out some of the easy skills with this requirement and also unlock birdhouses, being my hunter training method, and I'm sure you Ironmen love birdhouses. But before we can complete Bon Voyage, the quest that unlocks birdhouses, we need to do even more quests. There is a fair bit of multi-questing that goes on behind the scenes, and I'll showcase it sometimes, but for the sake of everyone's attention span, I'll just keep it Witch's House, Dwarf Cannon, Cannon Hits Big, Tree Gnome Village, Waterfall Quest, Fishing Contest, I am making darts while I quest. Look at me go. Fight Arena Quest, I am now stealing cakes while making darts. I ran out of darts, so I attacked this guy for 21 magic. I can now cast Loc Alchemy and train magic on the go. I got the Thieving EXP I wanted for later. Now it's time for every Deadman mode player's favorite quest of all time. Tourist Trap. My real goal of this series is to only do one lap of agility, so all splashable EXP, agility. Did I mention how awesome the cannon is? The Grand Tree, Merlin's Crystal. Here's a neat little trick, but don't tell Jagex. If you equip the Excalibur after you cast a spell to kill this guy, it counts. That's our little secret. It's been like this since RS2 came out in April 2004. Holy Grail. Next we're doing Client of Korend, but I'm making a pit stop. I need to grab 5% Shazian Favor first. Now we set up our cannon and kill these lizard guys. That took way less time than I expected. That's the Xeric's Talisman, but I don't have 25 range, which I was expecting to get during this grind. So I'm going to arbitrarily leave my cannon here for the citizens of Korend to look after. Surely they don't mind too much. Client of Korend done. I moved the cannon to the fishing town since I'm doing this region's quest now, which is Queen of Thieves. That's Biohazard done, and this is why I wanted 25 ranged, so I could save a little bit of time and unlock Underground Pass right away. With the thieving experience from those quests, I can now steal from the fruit stalls. That's what I'd like to say, but Jagex thinks Favor is a good mechanic. So that's the plows for 5%, and a bunch of fertilizer for 90%. Now we train both magic and thieving. And with the EXP I wanted before doing the feud quest later, I stopped by my old stomping grounds, Varrock. I'm not lighting any fires here today, but just my presence alone strikes fear into the citizens of this once peaceful town. Gertrude's cat. Some miscellaneous training for the last few quests I need to complete today, giving us 30 cooking and 10 herblore. The Dig Site quest. Demon Slayer quest. And with those last two quests and a few chores at the museum, I'll be put at just above 100 kudos, which is the main requirement for the Bon Voyage quest. I only needed 5 quests that offer kudos in order to start the Bon Voyage quest, and the quests highlighted in green are the ones I completed. So first things first, we need to clean finds for 5 displays and a ruby necklace. Thankfully, the ruby necklace did not take us too long. We take this quiz that Runelight does for us, cop the easy experience, talk to the historian, and presto, we are now 103 kudos. It's time for the biggest quest I've done on this account to date, Bon Voyage. Let's go set up our birdhouses. I am so excited, you have no idea. That's the first batch setup, and here's where some rest and relaxation occurs. We're going to train a bunch of bank standing skills while we wait for our birdhouses. The first hour gives us 58 herblore, and we're off to collect our well-deserved hunter experience. And that's the first birdhouse run done. 1 down, only 191 to go. Enjoy this nice little montage of skilling and birdhouse runs. I think we've earned a little quest break. Fun fact, did you know you could 3-tick this? Jungle Potion. Don't mind me, I'm just reading what the hit points skill does while I cross this bridge. Taiba One-Eye Trio, which unlocks our cooking method, burning more than half my Karam wands all the way to 65 cooking. Last on my list of skills I'm training today is construction. In the early levels, it's a bit better to use these plants instead of regular planks. You don't have to worry about wasting time bending all the nails, and you get a small bit of farming experience on top of it. After the plants, we move on to oak planks, teak planks, hire a butler to do our bidding, a birdhouse run, mahogany planks, and that's enough construction to leave us just a little below 70 for the quests to clean up later. Birdhouse run. Last thing on today's agenda is the feud quest, which will unlock my thieving training method of blackjacking. And that's the feud completed. I'd say today was a huge success overall, with a skill total level of 943, and a playtime of 18 hours and 41 minutes. We're definitely making strides in the right direction. With 50 plus thieving knocked out, we can move to a better training method than Wimpy Bandits. Well, almost. Remember, Jagex made favor a thing in this game that you have to get. So I picked up worms out of the sand like any normal full-grown adult, and the citizens of the fishing colony accepted me as one of their own. Now it's payback time. Since these filthy cretins made me rummage through the sand for worms, I'm going to rob them blind of all their valuables, with the help of DJ Khalid. This thieving method is much better at this level than bandits, and we can alch during it. Speaking of, there's 50 magic. Now we can use our magical purple stone to generate twice as much money from our fire runes. This process of putting this town into poverty continued until I landed on 65 thieving, which is for Menifite guards. It doesn't matter when we do that grind, so I'm simply going to put it off for now. And with our newly found magical abilities, we're getting an upgrade from the infinite money source. Drip check? 10 out of 10. With these upgrades, we're set to deal somewhat meaningful damage in combat, so it's time to head back to some quests, starting with an old classic that I most definitely haven't done 10 plus times in my life, Monkey Madness. And being the grizzled veteran that I am, I know to grab a few more talismans from the naive monkey child, so we can cut down the amount of trips we need to travel through this long tunnel. One minor setback, which is something that happened on the account I tested the route on, but forgot it applied here as well. If you're familiar with the Haunted Mine quest, there is an illuminated mushroom you need to access the dark basement. However, if you take it outside the mine, it will disintegrate. Well, I got a surprise exam random event during that quest, and naturally we take the free agility experience, but that classroom is not in the cave, so I ended up having to redo that whole section. Here we have history repeating itself. If you teleport at all with the monkey in your backpack, it disappears. Look it past me, completely clueless to the 3-minute time loss I've just incurred, all for 510 agility experience. I hope it was worth it. Thankfully, there was no more monkey business, and the jungle demon went down pretty easy to my magical drip and a cannon. That's quest completed and a lot of combat experience, which we will be making use of today. But first, I need to show off how bad I am at 2 ticking oak trees. After about 35 minutes, we got 36 woodcutting, which is enough for the Lost City quest. Wow, the next clip was me finishing Lost City? No way, I bet nobody saw that coming. Here's a lovely example why being a main is nice. This part of the quest is 1 trip, and that's Morytania unlocked. More of me definitely not cheating talking to the 2 same NPCs. Ghost Ahoy, Nature Spirit. For this section of Fairy Tale, I can just log out while I wait for Uber Eats to deliver. After tipping 25% and somehow failing the Swampletics bridge, we took on a boss that in my opinion should have its own combat achievement. We have Gluff, Saren, and Galvek. I think it's only fair we add Tangleroot. And that's Fairy Tale done? Now for Fairy Tale Part 2, we need to wait for Martin's crops to grow. So we'll start this quest that has a cutscene so long that we're able to leave a screwdriver on our spacebar, take the dog for a walk, get in our car, drive to our local Jersey Mike's, and when we get home the cutscene is still going. Jagex, if you're looking for last-minute Christmas ideas, please, I am begging with all fiber of my being, allow us to skip this cutscene like we can for Tale of Two Cats and the Giant Dwarf quests before Leagues 4 comes out. I can't keep letting Hazelmere live rent-free in my head. Eyes of Gonglechong done. And we unlock fairy rings, mainly to travel to this teak tree spot. It's in the middle of nowhere, but thankfully Seibei agendaed a fairy ring into the game. Without it, I swear it would take like 10 minutes to get here. Now you might ask, Cold One, why aren't you 1.5 ticking teaks? Isn't that faster? And the answer is yes, but you gotta remember, every player in the game has their weaknesses. Collection loggers are bad at PvP. Skillers are bad at PvM. PvMers/PvPers are bad at skilling.
What the f is happening in my inventory right now?
I fall in the last category. I tuned in for Hebox Yowan's 1.5 tick teak streams recently. I know how to 1.5 tick, but when it involves those 3 tree patches, my Swamptar just turns into a Guamtar within seconds. I can't explain it. We will be 1.5 ticking other skilling content, but for now, just let me cook. With the inferior woodcutting method completed, we repeat the theme of enough XP for 70 with quests. Another delivery from Uber Eats, this time with some pickaxes. We get ourselves 42 mining off of iron ore, then move to the sulfur mines. Funny enough, the amount of sulfur I need works out to give me pretty much the exact amount of experience I need before I mine somewhere else. Wedged in between this mining, we finished the Hosidius quest, and now we're going to make some charcoal for the dynamite. It takes 16 hours to burn, so I'm going to just not play the game at all until then. See you in 16 hours! After a nice refreshing break, we collect our charcoal and make the dynamite to put us at 65% favor. The Lovikinch quest puts us at 75%. I just found this splasher. How much gold do you think this moron's bought? Hey, I'm a YouTuber and I didn't record the Enlightened Journey quest, but I recorded the cat quest, so it's okay. YouTuber didn't record 40 smithing. Shallow Village quest done. You guys know this quest? I love this one. I'm so happy I'm doing it. One small favor, and we limp agility every time. The Golem quest. After some bad luck with I can't pronounce this guy's name, we finish Shadow of the Storm. Now we can make the Arclight in the future. YouTuber didn't record Murder Mystery, but I recorded Black Knight's Fortress. During the Tale of Two Cats quest, you need to scout Bob the Cat, so I logged out until he was found. We also get some downtime while the potatoes are growing, so we did Death Plateau, got an alert that the potatoes were done, and failed to record Troll's Stronghold. That's Tale of Two Cats and more agility experience. Edgar's Ruse, Fremenic Trials, Vampire Slayer, Shades of Morton, In Search of the Mire Key, we made 2 Avandus rods because we need to make the flail later, Darkness of Hollowvale, and 13k agility experience. I really undersold how great my magic setup is. Treya's Daith absolutely just stands no chance against us. Take some notes, Swampman. This is how you Mauritania. Haunted Mine completed, and we gather some extra shards while we're down here. And with that, it's time to get started on possibly the longest grind on this account, and that's Slayer. We will be doing Wilderness Slayer at the start, as we need a lot of points, and low Slayer level tasks are garbage anyway. However, if you see my chat box, there's a lot of dopamine going on. Greater Demons are going to be one of the best tasks we can get. For tasks like these, we will be using the Bracelet of Slaughter, and tasks like Bears, we will use the Expeditious Bracelets. Another thing that might make some of you mad is that I'm not bothering to loot the Laren's Keys. This is a speedrun series, not a money-making series. First task done, and the EXP is fantastic. Second task, Ice Warriors. Bad numbers. Third task, Hellhounds. Decent numbers. We also turned on the Playtime plugin so you guys can follow along better. Fourth task, Revenants. I don't even want to talk about it. Fifth task, Spiders. Not bad. Sixth task, Greater Demons. Incredible. Seventh task, Magic Axes. Meh. Eighth task, Mammoths. This would have been much better if I had the right bracelet on. Ninth task, Earth Warriors. Why do I feel like Framed is going to log in? EXP's kind of bad here. 10th task, Bandits. Decent task. 11th task, Mammoths. Much better EXP now. 12th task, Greater Demons. 13th and the final task for now is Moss Giants. We will be leaving here for now, as we have the attack level we wanted to take on the... Oh hey, 4th key! Just one more and that's Bryophyta taken care of. Anyway, I wanted this level so I can take on a few quest bosses, starting with Ranus Draken. We might not pack much of a punch at 50 strength, but with an inventory full of brews, this fight is able to be brute forced. That's the Taste of Hope completed for 7,500 agility experience and a new medallion. Up next is a Knight of the Theater, and me failing the Settle Bridge again! The Hespori in this quest is kinda like Ranus Draken. You hit a ton of zeros, but with enough brews, we can beat it pretty effortlessly. Now here's the stuff made for the big leagues. This quest requires you to complete the Theater of Blood, and that's right up my alley. I've done this thousands of times. I know these streets like the back of my hand. This will be no challenge for a gamer like myself. I personally wouldn't even call this quest a challenge in the slightest. All the rooms are a piece of cake. Light work. No trouble at all for someone of my caliber. And with that, we now have one entry mode Theater of Blood kill count. And wouldn't you know it, no purple. I swear intelligent gameplay is never rewarded. But hey, look at that. Quest is done, and now we have 80,000 combat experience to toss around. But we put it all on attack, getting me to 60 if I could do basic math. But that's not the case, so instead it got us to 61. This unlocks the Vigor's Chain Mace and Dragon Claws, which we will be using to make our Slayer grind that much faster. Thank you, Uber Eats. But real quick, look at this. Troll Romance for more agility experience. Do you guys recognize this cutscene? Spoiler alert, we're not fully finishing this quest. We actually have 0 use for Barrow's Gloves, but before your 1600 total Fire Cape having Iron Man gets all uppity, hear me out. While training Slayer, I'm going to be wearing one of these 2 bracelets most of the time anyway, so the gloves wouldn't be seeing much play. The 20,000 experience lamp for agility would be nice at the end, but it's not worth the time investment to finish the other subquests. Additionally, the Ceramic Vase subquest requires completion of Legends Quest, Heroes Quest, and Dragon Slayer 1 in order to complete. We're intentionally not completing Dragon Slayer 1 alongside Contact, Cabin Fever, and Regicide until we're further along with Slayer. Additionally, we're not completing Elemental Workshop or Olaf's quest at all. All of these quests unlock slow and undesirable Slayer tasks, so this will give us much better tasks overall, and a much shorter Slayer grind. There is, however, one subquest I do need to complete, and with that experience from Troll Romance, we can now do it. Every time I do the subquest, I always prepare 5 snakes, just in case. And yet again, history repeats itself, and I cook the first one successfully. This always happens, and I know if I come here the next time with 4 snakes, all 4 of them are going to burn. And that's King Awolwoge's subquest completed, which is a requirement for Monkey Madness 2. Also agility experience. Ernest the Chicken, Animal Magnetism, more multi-questing where I start finishing Lovakeng's Favor, complete Temple of the Eye, finish the Favor, get Arceus Favor to 90%, complete the Arceus quest, and grab the Hosidius Favor certificate that I must have dropped earlier. Now it's time for the second skilling boss of the series. Meet Temperos, a true terror of the deep with 8 tasks for us to complete. However, I'm only here to complete 3 of them. You're required to get a lot of permits in a solo game, and I want the Humidify spell for that. Additionally, the remaining tasks happen passively during that solo, so it works out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a combat task. That is all. This is also a combat task. Put fish in all 4 cannons. So, I got taken off guard here. You see my chat box? That's this task. I thought it only counted in solo because I had the reading comprehension skills of a toddler. But that's the Wereful Angler combat task done, I guess. That's the kill count combat task for 5 KC. Remember what I said about the in-game timer plugin? Disregard all of that. It broke. Bye-bye in-game timer plugin. And with that, we have 9 kill count at Temperos. We will finish the last kill when we return with Humidify. Now, I only did some Temperos now because it was on the way. We're at the end of the episode, and we're just shy of 48 hours. I'd say we did quite a lot for 24 hours. What do you think? Did we do some gaming? I think we did some gaming. We finished today's episode with a skill total level of 1266, and a playtime of just under 2 days. Now, boosting my ego aside, welcome to my home for the next several hours. For those of you unfamiliar with this place, keep it that way if you enjoy the game. Trust me. There's a lot in store for today's episode, between padding our stat page, tackling a Grandmaster quest, and completing some real combat tasks that aren't skilling bosses. What you're seeing in the background is 3 tick 4 granite, which is a method I've actually never done on any account prior to this because I genuinely just don't enjoy it. But I'm proud of myself for not making a single teak stock while doing this, and maintaining a respectable experience per hour rate, for my standards at least. You might notice that I'm not using the Varrock armor. Yes, I considered this, however, that requires too much time investment to obtain for how little experience I'm going for. All because of one requirement, and that's to enter Tolna's lair after finishing its respective quest. But, after all was said and done, I finally finished out all the mining I had to do on this account. I've got just enough to hit the Song of the Elves requirement with my remaining quests, so we leave Granite after spending about 7 hours here. At long last we're doing the runecrafting quest, but our tiers will not be going to runecrafting. Instead, it's going on farming, putting us just above 35, and here's why. We can now plant teak trees every few days during our birdhouse runs. Back on the questing spree, we complete Family Crest, which gives us access to the goldsmithing gauntlets, halfway unlocking our smithing method. We still need the ice gloves, but luckily we don't need to complete the hero's quest to obtain them. Just 50 mining will do, so it's a good thing we finished that skill at the start of the episode. With several fire blasts, the Ice Queen fell, and we made our way to the furnace. Now, I don't think anyone is a stranger to this place, so after a few hours, 70 smithing was completed. Creature of Feng Constraint? For Garden of Tranquility, you need to wait for the crops to grow, so I logged out and cooked some bacon. After my very American meal, we resume brown-nosing the farmers and finish the quest. Temple of Ikov, Spirits of the Elid, Goodwill Hunting, Zogre Flesh Eaters. Now before I get back to my quest spree, I need a few more fishing levels. So there's 50, 55, and now with over 217,742 experience, we move to what my spreadsheet says. Bet you didn't see this coming. Fremenic Isles? For the Watchtower quest, there's a part where you run past blue dragons, and remember, we're not doing Dragonslayer for a long time, and I can't access the anti-dragon fire shield. So I'm in grave danger here. With suboptimal movement, we finish the quest anyway. Prince Ali Rescue? Sheep Herder? Look how adorable GM to GMs is with his vigorous chain mace. And that's Swansong completed with the new quest EXP buffs. That puts us at 60 fishing and 80 prayer, finishing both skills completely. We also catch a few monkfish and cook them while in the village, as it is an achievement diary task that we need. Moving to Desert Treasure, I display my average luck with this chest. I've never needed a second inventory, and I never will. Waking up to the Ice Diamond, we showcase how reading up on your skills will prevent you from feeling fatigued in the snow. The same applies in the pyramids. Just study your skills while plundering, and you won't set off any trapdoors. That is Desert Treasure completed, and we will leave the Ancient Spellbook on for now. With that mess out of the way, we return to Wilderness Lair for the sole purpose of getting 60 range so we can equip the crossbow for what's to come. Welcome to the grind that has the greatest disparity between real-time and in-game time, and that is the Chambers of Xeric. For those unfamiliar with this place, I'll give you a quick rundown of my plan here. Bear in mind, almost every boss entry on the combat achievements has a kill count task, and boy howdy, the Chambers of Xeric is no stranger to that. Between its regular and challenge mode variants, there are 40 total tasks, and 150 kill count is required, 25 of it being challenge mode. If these didn't exist, all other tasks could be done in less than 10 raids, taking about 4 hours tops. But that still leaves us with another 140 kill count, which would take about 50 hours, and that doesn't sound desirable at all. But what if those extra kills took less than 2 hours? Well, they can. By simply joining the raid and logging out as it begins, then logging back in just before it ends, we're given kill credit for the raid. You can also leech the completion of certain tasks just by being logged in, so we AFK'd the perfect trio, also giving us Undying Raid Team. There's 2 mechanical tasks for Vanguards, so we logged in just to claim those as well. In challenge mode, so long as the team meets the challenge time, I'm awarded with 5,000 points for free, but in regular raids, we will kill 1 scavenger for 4 points. This is important because of loot rolls. In the Chambers of Xeric, among the normal loot there are experience relics. They are about a 1 in 17 chance to obtain, and we'll be placing them on agility. But in order to have a chance to roll them, we need at least 1 point at the completion of the raid. We're going to need 54 agility for an upcoming quest, and we're only 49, so welcome to my training method. For the first 20 or so kill count, I was involved in a community event called the Homies Hunt. For those unfamiliar, it's a way to make being a sweaty degen socially acceptable, as we grind out drops all around the game. I did 1+1s and got myself a Twisted Buckler and an Onyx, while GM to GMs got the tablet, allowing us to teleport back to the Chambers of Xeric. We desperately needed this so we could upkeep our birdhouses and teak trees while this arduous grind is being done. While the majority of these raids were just 1+1s, there were a few days following the Homie Hunt that I opened up mass raids with my Twitch chat for a bit of fun. And while doing these raids, we got a milestone of 25 raids, KC. The very next kill, someone got a Kodai, and I unlocked my first relic. And right after that, Homeboy got a T-bow. Now I need to interrupt this raiding session to discuss something rather important. Both of these updates impact our speedrun, and slightly change the route. If we look at the requirements for Secrets of the North, we can see every quest marked with the red X. None of these were in the route and now need to be completed, adding some extra time, not to mention all the tasks that will be coming along with the Grumbler. But Secrets of the North isn't all bad. It offers a whopping 6,000 agility experience upon completion. Additionally, making friends with my arm gives 50,000 agility experience. Not to totally spoil the future, but there was about 75,000 agility experience that had to be manually trained, and with this reroute, that is no longer the case. That means aside from 1 lap in the distant future, I won't have to run a single lap of agility on this account, which is a massive W. Now let's address the big elephant in the video, which is the now live Wilderness boss rework. At the time of making this video, I had no clue how long the kills would take, or how viable it would be to do their multi-variants given the boom in popularity. So I had to make a decision to leave the chambers briefly to take care of this, as I was finding time to not be on my side yet again. The only bosses being changed are the 3 big boys, Venenatis, Callisto, and Vedion. Now remember we got 60 ranged recently, and that's the requirement to wield the Darkbow, housing a special attack that does a guaranteed 16 damage or more. That's going to be our plan to take down these giants. But using 15 to 20 Darkbow specs a kill would be so slow, so instead, I rounded up a bunch of my buddies for some help. Our plan is to lower their hit points using only Vengeance and Recoils, as neither of these award damage contribution for the purpose of kill credit. After they've been chipped down, I use Monster Examine to make sure it's within KO range. That's when our future Grandmaster will log in to clean up the kill. The only tasks for these bosses are to kill them 20 times, so let's see how that went. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's 10 kill count for a combat task. 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, and 20 kill count completing Venenatis. During our time at this boss, we ran into 2 PKers who were giving us some trouble. Little did they know that we had no concern for our well-being, or theirs for that matter. Look at Leaky Hole, dying to a bunch of gamers in rag gear. That is not a good look. Not a good look at all. Now for Callisto. 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 kill count combat achievement. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 kill count completing Callisto. Now time for an interesting one, Vedion. We found out that Vedion does not summon his dogs under half HP if he's brought there by recoil damage. Additionally, he can be damaged by recoil while the dogs are out. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, and 20 kill count completed, finishing all 3 of the now reworked Wilderness bosses. A big shout out to these gamers who came by for a few hours to assist with these shenanigans. What would normally take a few hours to do, instead just took a few in-game minutes. With that crisis averted, we resume our routine doing birdhouses, teak trees, and getting boosted in Chambers of Xeric. 60, Hunter! Fast forward by literally a week, and we've obtained 117 kill count for the Chambers of Xeric. Now it's sad because there was not really much to highlight for this grind, but it took roughly 60 plus hours of real time to complete. We obtained just enough relics to finish our agility goal, so it's all worth it for the days of time saved. Now for anyone wondering what money my main made during this, here's my loot tracker that I reset after getting that Twisted Buckler drop. Not a single purple after that, and the majority of these were 1+1s. Never lucky. While we've technically met the skill requirements for a Kingdom Divided, I'd like some higher combat stats for the 2 boss fights that the quest holds. So, back to Wilderness Slayer. Enjoy the dopamine. 20, 21, 22, 23. I got Hill Giants, and you need 5 Ulwark KC for the combat achievements, so I did the task just this one time. 24, 25, 26, 27. Since we got a Jellies task, I will now unlock Bigger and Badder. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42... Oh, come on! At least I didn't pick up my cannon. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50 with the massive Slayer point stimmy, 51, 52, YouTuber missing the goal of 69 Slayer because he's good at what he does. And we finish off the task putting our streak at 53. Remember this place where I got spooned on a Xeric talisman? Well, I came back to get 30% favor. Did the Shazian quest, then did some cheeky spec transfer with the Dragon Two-Hander to finish 100% favor. Made the political parties build a statue, and give us 10,000 agility experience, putting us at 55, which happens to be the requirement for Monkey Madness 2. But since we're here, we'll do a Kingdom Divided. Thanks to our Slayer training, the bosses are a piece of cake, even when we look like a total champion. And that's a Kingdom Divided for access to Thralls and 10,000 agility experience. I forgot you need 60 fire making for Monkey Madness 2, so there's 60 fire making. We make the Eternal Slayer ring, finish the last arbitrary requirement, and make our way to starting Monkey Madness 2. This unlocks our training method for a few hours. Using 2 dancers and another account to ferry us supplies, we can stay here uninterrupted. Additionally, we brought a Dragon Two-Hander to get some cheeky attack experience when I have the special attack for it. Look at all that dopamine. There's 70 defense, now we change the Chinchampas to rapid. 80 range lets us put on all our new gear, minus the Anguish. 70 hit points lets us use the Anguish. And there's 85 range, which will allow us to equip the Twisted Bow. As you can see, I forgot to drop myself some runes, so 1 minute please. And there we go. That's 70 magic for the Occult Necklace. 72 magic for the Nightmare Staff. And 75 magic, which is our final goal. So we switch back to Chins to finish 75 defense. And there's 75 defense, which is our actual final goal. Now we'll leave to finish the quest. I'm sure everyone remembers this part. We of course do it the fast way and run through the monkeys with good timing. And that's the platform section finished. Now for the Gluff Gauntlet, where Neve doesn't help at all, even though the gorilla is right there. Like, you literally stood diagonal to it. Neve, please, I'm begging, help. That's a combat task for killing a demonic gorilla. And that's a combat task for killing Neve. After a swift regear, we make quick work of Gluf with our Twisted Bow. This poor clunky boss was not prepared for the power creep. And that's Monkey Madness 2 completed for a fat pack of experience, giving us 70 Slayer, 58 Agility, 66 Thieving, and 63 Hunter. And our super secret training we put on Strength, getting us 74. Now it's time to put our new stats to work, and truly begin the Zuckhelm any percent speedrun. Welcome to the Fight Caves, home to a total of 10 combat tasks. But for now, we're only worried about one task, and one cape to access the Inferno. But let's see how our newfound power of 85 range fares against the volcanic creatures that beat the crap out of teenage me 17 years ago. For those wondering what plugin is showing me the next wave spawn locations, here you go. It's available in the plugin hub, and these are the settings I use. So here comes Tiztok Jad. And remember that one task I mentioned? It's called Denying the Healers 2. You are not permitted to let Jad be healed, and there's a very easy way to set this up. Simply run here, then here, then here, and here. And finally, run it down. If you did it right, Jad is positioned in such a way where the healers will be blocked by you, and you won't need to tag them. We tank a hit before finishing the job, and we complete our first Fight Caves run, with 4 tasks completed. A near miss, Denying the Healers 2, Fight Caves Veteran, and Fight Cave Speed Chaser. Now the Grandmaster speed time is 26 minutes and 30 seconds, and we pulled this off in 29 minutes without a Slayer task, and having only 85 ranged. We'll be back here in due time, but for now, the Inferno is calling. Welcome to RuneScape's biggest challenge, the Inferno. Harboring 12 combat tasks, with some being quite difficult for aspiring Grandmasters. I'm here primarily for the cape itself, as well as unlocking the option to be assigned to Zkal'Zuk as a Slayer task. But that doesn't mean I can't try to sneak in a cheeky task. Remember, I've only got 80 hit points, 75 defense, 85 ranged, and 75 magic. Burst spells aren't exactly the best for clearing out Jal Nib. So why not try to complete a Nibbler Chaser during our first cape, which requires you to not cast a single spell. Without blood spells, this will be a little bit risky, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. So let's jump in and give this a shot. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering what I'm doing. I'm doing a first cape tactic and milking for specs, as I'm down to my bare minimum supplies to finish the run. We took a risk attempting this with our stat line and supplies, and unfortunately it didn't pay out as I'd hoped. This sets me back about 15 minutes, but it's better than losing about 80 minutes. And after the milking is done, we jump right back in and set out to finish the run. The waves are normally the hard part of the Inferno, but given our precarious position, the last few waves just got scary, so let's see how we handle ourselves. endgame login timer to determine when sets spawn. They're on a 3-minute and 30-second cycle that repeats indefinitely, but that timer pauses when Zook drops below 600 hit points, and resumes when Jad spawns at 480 hit points, tacking on another 1 minute and 45 seconds. I'm sure with my time remaining I'd be able to clear out the healers, but I opt to not take the risk and wait out my last set. And with no supplies remaining, we take down Tiz Kal Zook, awarding us our first Infernal Cape and 2 combat tasks. No luck required, and Nibbler Chaser. What a run, man. Look at us now. Our stat page is looking fantastic at 1,542 total, and our playtime is logged at 4 days and 5 hours, with 34 combat achievements completed, and the Chambers of Xeric kill count grind finished. I'm proud with what we pulled off this episode, and I'm happy to call this the finale of Season 1. This episode took me a long time to put together, and if there's any video I'd want you to like and hit the subscribe button for, it's definitely this one. Welcome back to the Zookhelm Speedrun Season 2, starring our Infernal Cape owning hero. Previously, we got the bulk of obnoxious quests out of the way, and today I want to obtain the last thing I need to train Slayer effectively, and that's the Crystal Halberd. On top of being hard required for a few combat tasks in the diary, this weapon is my best way to train strength. However, this is locked behind some requirements I don't have yet, including 69 hunter, 68 farming, 300 chompy kills, 75 thieving, and 100 combat. But first things first, I've yet to do my imbues, and in the year 2023, the best way to do this without accruing in-game time is to fight in the PvP arena. The PvP arena worlds use a separate game profile that doesn't impact your main game profile, much like Leagues, Deadman, and beta testing worlds. So this is perfect for a guy in my shoes. One issue though. Since this is a piece of PvP content, almost everyone's boosting it, and it's the best way to obtain its rewards. I won't virtue signal, as I did a fair bit of boosting myself, but there were a few times where there were legitimate players. Not too long after, we had enough points to afford all 4 of the Imbue Scrolls we need. These will be going on the Berserker Ring, Ring of the Gods, Slayer Helmet, and Salve Amulet. With that done, we proceed to do yet another quest, but this required 65 defense, so I couldn't do it earlier. That's King's Ransom done. And that's the Night Waves done. Piety is now unlocked. With Piety unlocked, we've given our melee strength a lot of love, but we're about to give it even more. It's time to get our Dragon Defender with the help of some lovely assistants. A big thanks to everyone who helped transfer special attack during the live streams. That's the Bronze Defender, Iron, Steel, 6 times over the rate for the Black Defender, Mithril, Addy, Rune, and 2 times over the rate for the Dragon Defender. We gave ourselves an Avernic hilt during episode 1, so let's slap it on now. With Warriors Guild out of the way, it's time for more White Lies, but I can explain. Remember this discussion from last episode? Blame Jagex. I did not want to do these quests. I found the Scout Tuber, but I don't want it, so I let this hardcore Ironman get it instead. Don't say I'm not a nice guy. That's My Arm's Big Adventure, Romeo and Juliet, Cold War, Ghostly Robes mini-quest, 10k Agility Lamp, Grim Tales, lots of levels. For this part of Fairy Tail Part 2, you have to stand here and do nothing and wait for the plants to grow. Then, this happened. And it's not one I was expecting to get, but...
Let's go.
Makes me
Why? Oh no.
You
What did
can't
you
laugh
pull?
and not know.
Something happened.
Now.
I can.
Some stupid RNG
No.
happened.
Yes, some stupid RNG happened. That's the best way I can actually surmise it. Is that
That's
some
it.
dumb
Just
RNG
like
happened.
just for Chungus, I rarely hear you react to anything, and that's your reaction. That was the same laugh you had when you pulled the first shadow.
That's Fairy Tail Part 2, Mountain Daughter, me taking a dragon sword out the economy, Horror from the Deep, Recruitment Drive, Goblin Diplomacy, Lost Tribe, Wanted, His Eel Cult, Lunar Diplomacy, and Dream Mentor. Now we start the Sins of the Father. This quest normally poses a bit of a problem for mid-game accounts, Iron and Main alike, but we've got Inquisitor, and a recently acquired Infernal Cape and a Vernic Defender, so let's kick some vampire butt. Whoa, cut. Sega Genesis? What is this, the 90s? It's 2023. Let's sound like it, shall we? And with Vanstrom Klaus defeated, that is Sins of the Father finished. This unlocks a Hallowed Sepulchre, which was going to be my training method for that 75k agility experience I mentioned last episode. But now it's just used for 90k agility experience, which gets us 63 agility. From this point on, the new Wilderness boss rework is live, and because of the new weapons, this part of my Slayer grind is the tiniest bit faster. Most of our damage is coming from the cannon anyway, but we like small buffs here and there. We got a Dust Devil task, and now we can afford the Slayer Helm perk. After a few days of Slayer sessions, we finished the 100 task streak, giving us a hefty point stimmy, and it's time to start spending. That's every extension unlocked. Now we can begin traditional Slayer training. Keep in mind, we want 100 combat to access the Crystal Halberd, and I want to get my Slayer to 80 around the same time. Completing the diary means completing its requirements, which includes enough of the elf line to unlock elves as a Slayer task. And if we're going to be including those guys, I want Nex in the pool of tasks as well. A little showcase of the very fun Logout Slayer. Tazar, the best drop on old school RuneScape. I've had my share of rare drops in my life, but nothing compares to when Steve says these magical words, and of course, we picked Zuk. But I should give a disclaimer. I only plan on completing both the Inferno and Fight Caves 5 times each on this account. Unfortunately, Logout Slayer on regular Tazar is much faster in the measurement of in-game time, but I don't have a Crystal Halberd yet, so this task came at a perfect time. Let's take a moment and discuss the Tazar task battle plan. There are 12 combat tasks within the Inferno, and I'd like to complete all of them without having to take the time to do extra runs. We have Nibbler Chaser finished, which required us to not cast a single magical spell, so having that out of the way is great. And I've got a pretty smooth way to divide out the rest of the tasks without it becoming too much of a hassle. I'll simplify these remaining 4 runs into 4 different dynamics. One run must be done using melee, the second must be done in under 65 minutes, the third I can't fall below 50 hit points, and the fourth, which is the one I'll tackle right now, is complete the run without using a Twisted Bow. There's a few straggler tasks we can pick up along the way that don't change the way you tackle the run, so we'll try our best to fit in the following. The floor is lava, where you can't allow a snake to dig a single time. Playing with Jads, where all 3 Jads must die within 30 seconds of each other. And lastly, Nibbler's Begone, where you can't allow a single pillar to fall. Let's dive in and see how this pans out. Unfortunately on Wave 62, our first pillar fell. I didn't want to risk throwing the whole run on chasing, so we'll just grab that task another time. And even without the Twist-a-Bow, playing with Jads is finished. All that's left is the big boy. And there's a nice bonus of 100,000 Slayer experience alongside 3 tasks. The floor is lava, budget setup, and playing with Jads. And there's 100 combat! With 80 Slayer just upon the horizon and 100 combat barely obtained, the Western Hard Diary still needs skills that require real time to train effectively, Hunter and Farming. But first I need to progress the Elf questline. Underground Pass, Registeel, Roving Elves. This NPC is supposed to lower your stats to 20, but if you one-shot him, he doesn't even get a chance. Morning's End? I know we all love this part, that's why I got it the first try. And first try again. Morning's End Part 2.
Wow.
That's one easy game of pest control, one medium game of pest control, and one hard game of pest control, which required 100 combat to do. In old school RuneScape, you can tell how well the game is doing based on the champions you see in pest control. This man is having more fun than all of us, and I couldn't be happier. Now back to those skill requirements. This is going to take a few days, so it's time to go touch some grass. We've got 65 farming, now we plant the palm tree with a garden pie boost. It's a few days later, and if you remember in a previous episode, I mentioned needing to still train thieving to a higher level, but I'd do it some other time. Well, it's some other time now. And there's 72 thieving. We can pickpocket a gnome with the Summer Squirt juice to boost us. And that's the easy diary done, and some agility experience. That's the medium diary done. And that's 300 Chompy skilled, not quite finishing the hard diary. We set out to kill Zora one time, and we have brought Chins with us as there is a task to kill 3 snakelings simultaneously. That's the task completed. And that's losing over 40 mil worth of Chins. Completed. And that's the task actually completed. Now our last 2 tasks. Check the health of the palm tree in Letya, and mine some Addy ore. And that's the diary completed for even more agility experience. But most importantly of all, we now have access to the best weapon of all, the Crystal Halberd. Our combat training just got a huge boost, and we've got our sights on 95 Slayer, alongside all the combat levels that come with it. Slayer. The most popular skill in old school RuneScape, and in some cases, one of the grindiest to train. Previously we gained access to the weapon that will streamline a lot of this grind, the Crystal Halberd. But we're only 80 Slayer, and the combat achievements include the Alchemical Hydra, which hard requires 95 Slayer. We're only about 25% of the way there. We have a lot of work ahead of us, but we've also put a lot of work into making this grind as optimized as possible. Recall back to episode 3, where I mentioned how various quests will not be completed until the end of the Slayer grind. Let's take a moment to go over why that was so important. Pause as needed, since this is going to be a ton of information I'm laying out. Each Slayer Master in the game has their own pool of monsters they can assign as Slayer tasks, alongside their own chance of being assigned. Higher weighting means a higher chance of being assigned. For the rest of the series, we will be using Steve as our Slayer Master. I don't have access to the Karamja Gloves 3 or 4, and traveling to Duradel without them takes over a minute to do. Steve, on the other hand, is right next to a teleport spot that we unlocked in episode 4. Additionally, Steve's task weighting benefits us more, and the amount of mobs he assigns is lower for bad tasks, and the same for extended tasks, so picking this master was a no-brainer. At 80 Slayer, the total weight number for Steve's task list is 113. For example's case, Tazar have a weight of 10, so disregarding a previous Slayer assignment, Steve has a 10 in 113 chance to assign Tazar. Now let's look at how I categorize tasks. We have good, bad, okay, and whatever. Good tasks include things like Dust Devils and Bloodvells, tasks that yield good Slayer experience per hour. Bad tasks are ones that usually involve special weapons, such as Korasks and Toroth, and they yield bad experience per hour. We will always skip these tasks when assigned. Okay tasks include mobs such as Hellhounds, Greater Demons, and Trolls. While not giving great Slayer experience, they aren't the worst thing to be assigned, so if we're affluent in Slayer points, we'll skip them. Otherwise, we take it on the chin. Lastly, the whatever tasks are just mutated Zygomites and Dark Beasts. They're relatively quick and worth the time just to bank some extra Slayer points. With all that in mind, let's talk about what my questing restrictions have done for us. Displayed on screen is the odds of getting each category of Slayer task at certain Slayer level thresholds. So as it stands, I currently have a 54.9% chance of getting a Slayer task that I desire. Again, take a second to pause the video if you desire, just to take in the numbers on screen, because what I show next might blow your mind. This is what our odds look like with our current quest log, but if we were to calculate this with all the tasks unlocked by completing quests such as Dragon Slayers 1 and 2, Cabin Fever, Beneath Cursed Sands, and etc., they look something like this. Our odds of a desirable task drop from that aforementioned 54.9% to a staggering 36.7%. Additionally, there's a 33.1% chance that the task I receive is one of those questlock monsters. While it goes against the spirit of normal account progression to not unlock Barrow's Gloves, an iconic milestone in a RuneScape journey, it benefits us much more to go on without the gloves and camp the task manipulating bracelets. Now with all those numbers out the way, it's time to grind out one of the longest grinds, and one of the last grinds this account will have to endure. Let's unlock all Slayer monsters without ever equipping Barrow's Gloves. First things first though, my Magic Cape slot leaves much to be desired, and could use an upgrade. While the Mage Arena 2 cape isn't necessarily required, it does passively save time the longer I use it. I recently hit 80 magic, which gives me access to the charge spell, making the boss kills take significantly less time. But before we can do Mage Arena 2, we need to cast all the god spells 100 times. While doing this, I ran into my buddy Eliab, doing some innocent skull tricking, but he egoed me, so the quality of my day diminished slightly. Now if you didn't know, all 3 of the god spells can actually be auto-casted with their respective variants of the Staff of the Dead. Additionally, you can gain the credit for the 100 casts by just simply splashing, which is why I'm wearing your typical Rat Splasher gear. After a few minutes, the 100 casts were finished, and we can now take on the Mage Arena 2 bosses. There's a good chance that one inventory of supplies won't last us for the 3 bosses, so we brought the summoning familiar called Pakyak to harbor 28 potions for us. Now here we introduce the first mistake of the episode. If you can see in my chat box, I forgore to cast Charge while still in Mage Training Arena, so I can't use it for the Wilderness bosses. It's not a huge deal, it's just going to cost us about a minute. That's the first boss down, second boss, and third boss finished. Kinda shocked I didn't run into a single PKer while doing this, considering the Wilderness boss rework just happened. Maybe they were just all at Vedion or something. Good thing we knocked those out 2 episodes ago. With all gear acquired, it's now full steam ahead on the Slayer grind. Now let's talk about how we do each task. First off is Tazar. If we're not taking on a boss, we do the very fun Logout Slayer method. 3 Chally specs, and barrage the remainders. A cold one tags them all, while my med level casts Heal Other, so he doesn't need to break formation to get food. Dust Devils also follow the same rules. More Logout Slayer fun, but without a cold one taking a ton of damage. Bloodvelds we make use of the Venator Bow in the Meyerditch Laboratories, alongside a cannon with the Din's Bulwark specs. Abyssal Demons, which we unlock later, we use 4 Dancers in the middle, with Cold One rounding them all up. Necrowls are done pretty much the same way as Dusts and Tazar, but without logging out, as it's somehow slower to do logout method here. Dagonoths are done in the Lighthouse with a cannon, and the Din's Bulwark to special attack with. Ankus are identicals to Dust Devils and Tazar, log out, log in, spec, repeat. Kalphites are done in the Slayer-only dungeon, with the cannon and Din special attack. Sukwas are done with more of the same, cannon and Dins. Trolls are done in Jatizo, again, cannon and Dins. Greater Demons are done in Mount Carulam because of experience delegation, and it's almost identical to Chasm of Fire. Hellhounds and Aberrant Spectres are done in Neve's Dungeon, Gargolons in the one place they can be found, and the same goes for Zygomites and Dark Beasts when we unlock them. Lastly, I said at the start of the series that there are no restrictions, so during my live streams, if my viewers weren't busy, they'd come beeline special attack transfer to our future Grandmaster to help speed up the grind, and further streamline our melee experience gains, since the majority of that is being gained through just special attacks. Now let's get slaying. A nice tip for anyone who does their Bloodveld tasks in the labs: ignore what the Runelight Cannon plugin tells you, and place your cannon 1 tile west. There's this one Bloodveld that gets stuck behind the southwest table, and in the Runelight Cannon spot, it will not get hit, and just stay there forever. But if you place it here, the cannon will have line of sight, and you will passively kill that 7th Bloodveld. Our Slayer task came and went, and eventually we found ourselves at 85 Slayer. One thing I never really touched on was my block list. Since I've got above 200 quest points, we unlock 4 slots with which to block tasks. During the Wilderness grind, I only had Black Demons and Fire Giants, and with the rest of the grind, I've added Worms and Drakes. On our first Demons task, we got our first Abyssal Whip drop, which has dropped dramatically in price. Many tasks later, we found ourselves at 80 attack, and we got donated 2 new toys from the Infinite Money Source.
89, 86.
Ah, Tazar. The best words in old school RuneScape. I think I will take on Jad today. Remember what I said last episode, we need 5 KC at both the Volcano bosses, and I'm very close to meeting the requirements for a specific challenge. Meet No Time for a Drink. Notoriously, one of the most obnoxious challenges in the combat achievements. You cannot lose a single prayer point throughout the run. And if you're familiar with the caves, these little bats drain your prayer by 1 every time they attack you. So normally this would involve constantly kiting around the arena while flicking prayers. But instead, I have something else in mind. We enter with magic instead, and just use Ice Barrage on every bat while hanging out in the northeast of the arena. And with Tumekin Shadow, the higher level monsters won't last long. And there's 85 magic. Now we can equip the staff. Now doing this with range is objectively faster. However, it is riskier, and I'd rather get every task done in one shot as to not waste time meaninglessly. That's why I've opted for the magic route. And look at that, Shadow doing what it does best. After about 45 minutes, it was time for Jad, and that poor creature did not last long at all. That gives us 3 new combat tasks: denying the healers, you didn't say anything about a bat, and no time for a drink. Another Tazar task, you say? So let's take on Zook again. The Inferno Speedrun task. It's less daunting than it appears. In fact, it's much easier given today's metas of Thralls, Lightbearer, and Death Charge. Unfortunately, those runs can often end in death, since wave 50 and above, you are at the mercy of Jal Zil, who can max a 46. And since you're on the Arceus spellbook, that means no Blood Barrage to guarantee that you're above that at the start of every wave. 99 defense and RNG is already unreliable, and on top of that I'm only 80 defense, and that's not going to change for the rest of the series, but more on that another time. As much as I'd love to break my current PB of barely sub 55, which was set before the release of A Kingdom Divided, I'm taking in the Ancient Spellbook for this. One other thing I forgot to mention, my magic level is still 86, so I need to waste an inventory spot for the Saturated Heart just to cast Ice and Blood Barrage in the first place. Pace into 35 is looking a bit slow, but it's good enough to keep it under 65 minutes. Much like all my runs prior, I've been passively trying to keep all 3 pillars alive without losing a run, and this time, it worked. That's the Jads down, and we have 9 minutes to take on Zook. More than enough time. For those who have watched Inferno speedruns before, you'll see almost all runners tag the mage once, and leave it up alongside Jad and the healers to save time. Keeping the mage up saves about 12 to 18 seconds, and leaving the healers up saves even more. But skipping healers is incredibly risky if you're trying to guarantee a KC, since if your Twistabo turns into a ramen noodle, you're not going to make it to the end. And with light work, that's the sub 65 completed, earning us 3 tasks. Inferno Speedrunner, Jad, what are you doing here? And Nibblers, be gone, since we managed to keep our pillars alive. 3 KC down, 2 to go. Ah, Tazar. Back to Jad for this one. Let's play a game. It's called What Did Cold One Forget? I'll give you a few seconds. Time's up. It's the Saturated Heart. I took Lunars for this run to use Vengeance, and my brain fails to disappoint at disappointing me yet again. Remember how I mentioned I'm only 86 magic? Yeah, I need Heart Revenge too. So I've geared for my sub 2630 attempt, and I've no access to my spellbook. So let's see how this turns out. Pace in a major seems fine, let's hope this holds up. Looking okay on wave 46. And coming up on the end here, time looks fine, thankfully. Looks like we didn't need magic after all. And that's almost a minute faster than what we needed. That's Fight Cave Speedrunner completed. Ah, Tazar again. This time, we bring in the Saturated Heart. Now keep in mind, I only have 2 tasks left in the Fight Caves. One that is just an arbitrary 5 kill count check, and the other, which is melee only. I'm intentionally holding the melee only until I can equip a Scythe, which requires both 80 attack and 90 strength. That's 4th KC completed, and somehow 3 seconds slower than my no Venge run. What we're witnessing here is a sad day. Ever since 75 attack, I've been exclusively training attack with Din's Bulwark special attacks, and today, that comes to an end. That is 82 attack, and we no longer need to train it. I'm intentionally locking my attack to 82, and my defense to 80, and there is a good reason why. There may be some of you watching who already know the exact reason because I've discussed this on my livestream a few times. But to those who don't know the exact reason, please leave a comment below guessing why I'm locking my combat stats here. I'm curious to see how many can actually get this right. Now with the Bulwark out of the picture, some of my Slayer tasks will yield slightly lower Slayer experience per hour. One of them being Bloodvelds, which I do at the labs with the Venator Bow, since its experience rates are almost identical to Logout Slayer, but with Din's out the picture, it was worth checking how my rates compared now. Turns out the labs are slightly faster, and more consistent. While I am using Chins here, my range experience per hour is about the same as it would be at labs. And keep in mind, a lot of range experience is coming from the cannon, which gives experience equal to twice your damage dealt. Chins are doing 4 times your damage dealt, and still only matching it. No one is a fan of Logout Slayer, and if it is not benefiting me, I refuse to do it. So, back to the labs we go. While we're touching on methods of Slayer, for those of you who watch the Maxcape speedrun series, you'll know there's a method involving using both rooms at Nechryaels. By the time I found out about this, I'd already delegated my combat experience to certain tasks. Additionally, I'm using the Crystal Halberd special attack for this task, and it is infinitely more annoying to set up consistently for double room. So, we stay as a single room Andy. Hey, you see that? Right there? That's your YouTuber forgetting to press record right before a big level. 91 Slayer. That marks the start of something great. We now have access to every Slayer boss, aside from Thermi and Hydra, and our combat stats are right about where we want them to be, with the exception of strength being just short of 90. The in-game time after today's events is at 7 days and 16 hours, but from here on out, the in-game time will be hidden until the end of the series. Welcome back to the Zookhelm Slayer series, where we train nothing but Slayer. We just got 91 Slayer, and we've got some decent baseline stats now, so I reckon it's high time we take on some of the Slayer bosses now. From here on out, if any of my Slayer assignments have a boss alternative, we will fight that boss instead for as long as we need to. And first up on the list is the Kraken. We have 5 tasks to complete, but 4 of them are just essentially kill count tasks. So here's the one mechanical task this boss has. Kill all 4 of the tentacles, then kill the boss. Alright, I'll see you in 95 kills when it's all over. And that's 20, 25, 50, and 100 KC crossing Kraken off the list. Here's something stupid you can do. If you throw your fishing explosive from the back of the room, you have time to throw like 20 of them. It does nothing but waste your money, but it just looks funny. Next up, Greater Demons, and we have totems to use up. And for the record, I'll be doing Krill at a later time after the Slayer grind is over. Now, Skotizo has more challenges than Kraken, but nothing too difficult. We have to kill it with and without the Arclight, with Chins, with no altars alive, and without taking damage. Some things to keep in mind if you're a Skotizo novice. The altars spawn faster if you have an Arclight on your person. Additionally, they provide 25% damage reduction against Skotizo versus non-Arclight weapons, half that value for Arclight. So for this task, I kept the Arclight in the bank and tried to stack it up with other tasks. And we got so many tasks that the game couldn't handle it. That knocks out the altar task, no Arclight task, and the Chinchompa task. Second KC, and that's to take 0 damage task. Hey, remember that cheese with the Excalibur way back when? Well, it works here too. With the Plate of Spaghetti, that's the Kill Skotizo with the Arclight task. And that's the 5th and final task for the Arbitrary KC check. There's a long overdue 90 strength that I totally did not miss. And now it's time for Cerberus. 6 tasks on the list, and nothing too crazy with this dog. Since we're taking this boss on with the Twisted Bow, the no melee task is basically free. Also, you can observe our infinite money source simping for us and regenerating our hit points alongside our special attack. There's the do 100 damage with Thralls task, that's don't step on lava, block 6 ghosts, skip the ghosts, 75 KC, oh cool, this boss can drop uniques, and 150 kill count check. That's Cerberus all done, on to the next one. The Dagannoth Kings. 13 total tasks. We gotta kill them while tanking the others, kill them fast, freeze Rex, get a double kill, and get a kill with a rune throwing axe spec. You know, something about this gear setup doesn't really look right, and I really can't put my finger on it. GM to GMs really does get all the special treatment. Alright, let's get to work. For the boys 1, for the boys 2, the double kill, and the quick succession task. For the boys 3, rune throwing axe, and ice barrage. Now let's get 25 KC on all of them. 10, 10, 10, 25,
25,
and 25 on all of them. Lovely, let's get the hell out of here. Abyssal Demons, time for Sire. 8 tasks, but can be summed up in 4 points. Kill it fast before the little rats evolve, kill all the vents in 1 round, cast Vengeance during its explosion phase, and succeed all its mechanics. That's the 1-rounder done, Perfect Sire and all its subordinates, Taste Vengeance, and the DPS check. Now the remaining kills for the kill count task, I'm going to have Cold One do all of Phase 1, and I'll log in for Phase 2 after he's shaken off the aggression. That's 20 kill count. Man, the spec transfer thing just looks goofy sometimes. Non-stop claw specs, it's just actually madness. And like an hour and a half later, that's 50 kills, we are done with Sire. Oh yeah, we got this unsired. We're turning it in for the culture to see if we get the pet. And no surprises there.
92 Slayer, wow.
Meet the Kalphite Queen. 5 tasks, all a piece of cake. That's kill it using only Varrock's Flail. That's use a Dragon Warhammer and kill it with Venge. Now the KC part. Since it's not a solo boss, we called him the Flash Mob, and we're getting all the special treatment. Spec transfer, HP transfer, the works. That's 25 KC done, and 50 KC. Bug squashed, moving on. While this isn't really a Slayer boss, this is one I'll be passively working on. And yeah, Hesperia is for whatever reason on the combat achievements. 3 pretty basic mechanic tasks and a 36-second speedrun. My strength and gear aren't at their best, so I'm not really fussed with going for the speedrun time until my last kill when those are all fixed. So, for now, that's kill the flowers fast, and kill Hesperia without prayer. Ready for this joke again? Since we're 90 strength, that means we have access to the Scythe, which was the main thing I wanted before setting the melee cape tasks. Not necessarily that challenging, but definitely one of the more fun tasks on this list. The only thing you really need to do is fight the mages like you fight Verzik on Phase 2, and it's a breeze. And there's the 5th and final Jad kill. Tiztok Jadlog is now greened, and of course, never pet. Ah, Tizar. It's like, I'm not even trying to force this joke, it's all he assigns me. Look at my chat box. I cancelled 1 task, and he tossed it back. So, let's head off to the Inferno and take on the melee task. This one's a bit weird. You're not allowed to equip range or magic weapons, but you can use ancient magics. Kinda defeats the purpose, but I'm not gonna argue it. Now, unlike the fight case, we can't just protect from magic and autopilot. We're gonna have to get a little fancy with our feet on this one. Now time for the big cheese. See that weapon? See that timer? I'm not risking mistiming some step backs on 3 jats. I'm taking the guaranteed way, even if it looks a bit silly. Now, one thing that isn't as obvious, but it's usually habit to pot up, set up prayers, and gear just before the cutscene for Zook happens. On the melee task, you can't do that. If you equip your Twisted Bow before the cutscene plays, it fails the task and wipes all that hard work. You know, more often than not, when I'm trying to phase healers, the Twisted Bow just starts acting free to play. I know I'm not the only one. Man, that took so long I'm actually getting a second set. And they're same ticked. That ain't good.
Not even close, baby!
Man, that was brutal, but the job's done. Melee Inferno, completed. And 1 Inferno task remains.
91 strength. This Muppet can't record his levels. Ha ha.
I decided to take a few minutes to see if I could beat the sub 36 Hespori time. And yeah, that's not annoying to see at all. Got the special attack task though. 71 farming, Grotesque Guardians. 15 tasks, and the first Slayer boss we've taken on to have a Grandmaster task. It's got Perfection tasks, Endurance tasks, and of course a Casey task. So let's get to work. And that's 50 Gargolon, Casey. We're out of here. Finally, I got my 5th Hespori seed. It's actually been like a month since I got my last one. Ladies and gentlemen, as Gilbert Gottfried once said, 93 Slayer. That Smoke Devil's unlocked at long last. Hopefully we get at least 1 task before we get 95 Slayer.
94 and still no Smoke Devils. 92 Magic. 92 Strength, so strong, wow. 72 Farming Brothers.
Oh my, thank God, I swear I was at like triple rate for this. There's a Smoke Devil task. Now let's talk Thermi. Well, actually there ain't much to talk about. Take no damage, use only special attacks, get 20 KC. Yeah, we're done. See ya. 96 hit points, and that's actually a big level, and not a moment too soon. Meat wasn't even close. Another one of those obnoxious tasks. Our hit points can't fall below 50, and if you're familiar with Jalzil hitting 46, then the level 96 hit points should be self-explanatory. You'll notice I've got 2 new items in my inventory, the Elysian Spirit Shield for a bit of insurance, and an Anglerfish for Wave 65, where you deal with 2 Jalzil and 1 Jalzek. Now if you're 99 hit points, overhealing with the Angler prevents you from getting knocked below 50 hit points. Since I'm not quite there, it's not 100% guaranteed, but the odds of it failing are low enough to risk it. Especially since 95 Slayer is right around the corner. Didn't even need the Angler for this wave, the mage spawned in the southwest corner. Nice. Now let's wrap this up. We've got one last visit to Zook, let's make it count. And there it is, 5 kill count, and wasn't even close. With a time of, I can't believe it, there is actually just no way. Huge steps forward today. We're at 124 tasks completed, and just a few 100,000 Slayer experience away from really taking on the Combat Achievement Diary. "95 Slayer. The longest grind this account will ever see, and it's finally over. This was hard required, as Alchemical Hydra is on the combat achievements, but it was also a convenient excuse to train our combat stats. We had a bit more blood velds than expected, but everything is about where it needs to be. Today's agenda is unlocking the rest of Gielinor that we purposely left locked due to what we discussed in episode 6. But first, I want to secure that Hydra task. It's approximately a 1 in 12.5 chance to be assigned them from Konar, and we have 15 skips at our disposal. And thankfully, this didn't turn into a Turiel skipping festival. We'll be holding on to that for later. Now to the other side of gameplay. There's one skill requirement that I grinded out just before I finished Slayer, and that's 55 rune crafting. There's one combat task to kill a Basilisk Knight, and that requires Fremennik Exiles. So there's 45, 47,
49,
51, 52, and 55 rune crafting. But I need a few levels for something important next episode. So there's 56 rune crafting and change. Now begins the last line of required quests, starting with Devious Minds, which needs a large pouch from the Abyss. Man, that was quick. It was like, what, 4 kills? Now let's knock over all those quests. Devious Minds, Pirate Pete's subquest, Cabin Fever, Stealing a Brain, and Contact. So I'm out here getting a world first. No one else has ever gotten 98 range from this quest lamp, ever. And no one can prove me wrong. Now here's where things get satisfying. Ever since the changes to quest rewards, Almost every Master and Grandmaster quest gives copious amounts of agility experience. Keep in mind, we're currently 65, and we've only done 2 laps for the purpose of the Western Hard Diary. That's beneath Cursed Sands for 50,000 agility experience, and 66 agility. Next we have the RuneScape Classic line, starting with the free-to-play finale, Dragon Slayer. After about 8 minutes of talking and running around, it's time to take on the difficult quest boss known as Elvarg. The Karasi sword has been in the game for a little while, so let's put it to work. You call that a boss? Guess you should have watched episode 7. She would have known that I'm the boss. Hard quest completed? Now for Hero's Quest. In this section, we're going to need help from another player. And I think it's time for an introduction that's been long overdue. Meet One Click Priff. I made this account a few months prior to the start of this series, as a way to field test my route to the fastest Zuckhelm. Additionally, I wanted to make a med-level PKer build, and the stat line was practically identical, so 2 birds, 1 stone. He's made quite a few appearances in the series so far, and a noteworthy one can be seen if you hark back to an earlier episode. This was for Shield of Arav, a direct prerequisite for Hero's Quest, where you must pick a gang to join, and it's time to make use of him again. You know, I think this is the first time Grip has been killed by a Shadow of Tumekin. Between the 98 range earlier, killing Elvarg with the Karazi, and now this, I'm just stacking up world first today. Now let's take a moment to talk about how smart yet stupid I am at the same time. You'll notice One Click Priff is having some trouble finding the candlesticks. That should be in the chest. Well, guess what? There was one in my bank the whole time. I kept a spare so I could just give it to GMs after the Kill Grip flag was set. But I forgot I did that months ago. After that silly mishap, that's Hero's Quest completed. Now to the RuneScape Classic finale, Legends Quest. Now listen, I know we're updating graphics and bringing old school RuneScape into the future. But if you touch this cutscene where you spawn the Binding Book, I swear I will. You ever seen someone Karazi spec this quest boss? Yeah, didn't think so. 4 world firsts. And now the Agility Care Package. 120,000 agility experience, getting us 68 agility. And now we're a legend. Time for Dragon Slayer 2. You know what's crazy? This plugin is still sanctioned by Jagex. You know what's even crazier? Bob the Cat can walk all the way to this spot. Now I have the Vorkath fight coming up, and I went to make the salve, but I found out I somehow forgot to route this in. Oh well. That's Tarn's diary, now we have the Vorkath amulet. Those poor dragons done for. We didn't even get the little spawn. Easy fight. More stuff I haven't done? Fun fact. If you gain access to the Whirlpool, Slayer Masters can assign you Water Fiends. What a great reward! I feel like Nintendo about to sue somebody. Alright, let's go kick Galvek's butt. And that's Dragon Slayer 2, giving us 70 mining and 69 agility, and 93 strength. For our next quest, we need 66 firemaking. Now before anyone tells me off for not doing it earlier, listen, they made Muspah require a new quest, and this wasn't part of the first plan. Okay, so we're 1 inventory of U-logs away from 66, so let's pay one last visit to our old stomping grounds. And with the citizens of Varrock reminded who their daddy is, there is 66 firemaking. Now we can do the My Arm quest. Quickly though, something else that Dragon Slayer 2 did for us. is unlock Ferocious Gloves. So the era of the regen bracelet is no more. Who needs Barrow's gloves anyway? So here's the quest that needed runecrafting. We gotta have a self-reflection segment with our pet rock, beat the hell out of some reptile whatevers, play Mastermind, win the game, and be the first person to use the Karasi spec versus the final boss of Harry Potter 2, the Chamber Pot of Secrets. And there's the Basilisk quest, giving us 58 runecrafting. Okay, we got the Ferocious Gloves, so let's see if we can get this Hespori time. Dude. You serious? Guess we wait for 99 strength. Alright, before we tackle the last few quests, there is something I want to knock out, and that's the easy and medium combat achievements. Starting off with the Crazy Archaeologist. So there's only 2 mechanical tasks for this guy, and that's use an overhead and just don't get hit by the books. 10 KC and 25 KC. Now the Chaos Fanatic has an annoying endurance task. Not the one we just did, but the next one. Also, hi to this guy. You have to kill 10 without drinking prayer potions and such. But they said nothing about using the altar. There's the endurance, and there's 25 KC. King Black Dragon. His tasks are easy, and he's even got one like Skatizo and the Black Knight Titan. Check it out. More intended gameplay. 10 KC in the instance, and 25 KC didn't get recorded somehow. Sorry. Beat a Wyvern, beat a Kurask, Worm Guy, Fire Dude, 77 Slayer Monster, Lizard Man, Barrow's time. There's this task where you can't get meleeed ever, so we're just putting them on ice. Oh, apparently killing Darok is a task or something. That spec out Carol? Man, never lucky. So fun fact, if you're neurotic like me, and speedrunning a Zookhelm, you actually don't have to kill anything to make your Barrow's KC go up. You can just rush to the chest, open it, and the number goes up. That's a Barrow's run with 0 prayer. 10 chests, 25 chests. We're out of here. Free-to-play boss time. I think these ones are kind of fun, honestly. They both have tasks that force you to dress up in nostalgia, and if you don't think that's cool, then we have beef. We'll start with Tanardino. There's a task to let him die to poison or venom. That's the click fast task. Now we wait for the venom to do its thing. And there's, every other task, I guess. Okay, champion time. I could have gone in Zamitrim, but personally, the regular rune just hits different for me. There we go, free-to-play task, and 5 KC. Let's sprint over to Mr. Mammal's crib. Alright, that's free-to-play, and I guess these 2 tasks just did themselves. So here's a mini little tip. Any task that requires you to kill a monster when it's frozen, do the last hit as a freeze. Too long didn't read. The game checks if it's frozen when the death animation is completed, and not when its HP actually hits 0. Okay, we're an Obor champion. Let's get out of here. So, embarrassing confession. I somehow didn't finish KBD. There's a task where you need to beat him while he's praying melee, but because of how the game code works, it only checks your overhead when the death animation ends, kinda like that freezing Obor thing I just mentioned. Yeah, that's a little embarrassing. KBD actually done now. Next up, Deranged Archaeologist. And you know we're doing a birdhouse run on the way there. This dude's exactly like Crazy Archaeologist, except he killed a friend a few years back. That's his only 2 mechanic tasks, 10 and 25 KC. Now we've got the Giant Mole. This little pancake actually has more than 2 tasks, so we're starting off with Darok, since there's a task where you need to kill it with only 4 instances of damage. And there we go, easy as pancake. And 2 other tasks as well. Cool. And there's another task. Now for the rest of these, we have a team spread out across the dungeon. Since this little guy likes to dig around when you hit him under half HP, running around can waste some time. Also, you'll notice we've done a wardrobe change. If you miss with magic, the mole doesn't run away, but if you miss with range or melee, he can decide to run off. That's 10, and 25, another one knocked over. Now on to Sarachnis. This little critter has a few mechanic tasks, so we're taking it on solo to make sure it goes over smoothly. And there's those 3 taken care of, so let's call in the flash mob. Oh my god, look at all the spiders. I have never seen Sarachnis like this before.
10 kill count, wow, he's so good.
And 25. Sarachnis, squashed. Time for a blast from the past. It's been episodes in the making. This is what you were made for, Dumb Idiot 3. The final Temperos round. And we have to take it on alone. So if you've never done Temperos solo before, the method is really simple. Just remember 17, 19, 19, 2. Cook all the food, then load the cannon in those increments, harpoon the Tempe when he's down, and in the third and final round, achieve combat. That's 1 billion points, so that's Temperos green-logged. I can't believe I had to bond 4 accounts to race for Angler outfit just for this stupid boss. And now the final task, the most arduous one yet. Defeat a Greater Demon with the Arclight, and that completes the easy and medium combat diaries. As for the reward, we get 5 daily teleports to the God Wars dungeon, which will be useful in the future. But more relevant now is the 15,000 experience lamps, which we're putting onto runecrafting, giving us exactly 59. That will allow us to craft 2 cosmic runes from 1 essence. Now back to my favorite activity in the whole game, speedrunning quests. One of the more lighthearted things I love about this game is how self-aware the devs are. They actually took the Grand Exchange e-dating dance and put it in the game. And with that, we've completed my ARM quest line, and more importantly, completed the agility skill, putting us at 70 without having actually trained it. Now for the Grumbler quest, the Secrets of the North. And there we go. Quest completed for a bonus agility level, and I'm not even gonna say it. Since we're still geared up, I want to go back and kill the Grumbler once, as it is a hard combat task, and that's a tier I'm going to need done in the near future. But before that, it's time for the end of an era. The last Birdhouse run. Feels like just yesterday that we built our first one. And there we go. 70 Hunter. The final requirement for the Song of the Elves. Now back to the Grumbler. There are more tasks I need to do here, but I'll be doing them another time. And that's the first kill. What do we get? What? Charged ice? That's gotta be so rare. What's the drop rate on that? Well, that's a hard task done. And all these tasks that don't really matter too much right now. Now it's time for the last required quest on this account. Let's get to work. At long last, that Song of the Elves completed. The path has been paved, the map unlocked, and the game has been set. All bosses and content are now unlocked. Nothing is holding us back. This concludes Season 2, and opens the floodgates for the climax of our journey. I can't wait to see you all for Season 3. Welcome to Season 3 of the Suckhelm Any% Speedrun. Today is our first day with the feeling of Go Mode, as the senseless tedium has come to an end. Long quest lines and 100-hour skill grinds all in the past. It's time to take on the Combat Diary in full force. While tough challenges such as the Inferno are behind us, we still have the 3 raids and plenty of solo bosses on the horizon. Today I want to take on some of the stragglers that aren't made slower by our not yet max strength level. Starting with Scorpia. She follows the same trend as the other Wilderness demi-bosses, where there's 2 mechanics you need to pass, and then kill count markers. Then there's Chaos Elemental, who's more or less the same. No equipment, no damage, 25 kill count. And that concludes the tasteless bosses. Now we move on to something with a bit more spice. The Alchemical Hydra. 12 combat tasks, and it includes one that makes all but few hardcore Ironmen hide under their covers. No pressure, and I'll be taking this one on first. You must defeat the Alchemical Hydra with the Darok's Axe as your only weapon, and never have your hit points exceed 10. Seems simple, but can you handle the pressure of counting to 3? No pressure. Done. First try as well. And we pick up 3 other tasks for free on top of that. Unrequired anti-poisons, Lightning Lure, and Don't Flame Me. Up next we have the task to kill 15 in one trip. Here's us getting mixing correctly on the second kill of the trip, but I've done something very silly. I'm sure we've all gone on a Slayer task without our Slayer helmet before, and I'm no stranger. The worst part is, I had to teleport out for this. I can't even call Uber Eats since the imbued Slayer helmet is untradeable. And looky there, first kill of the new trip, we get the Speed Chaser task. And second kill of the trip, we pull off Perfect Hydra, and the Flame Skip. And the Grandmaster speedrun time. I guess that's the power of thinking big with a twisted bow. The messed up thing is, that's every task that doesn't involve kill count done. If these silly kill count tasks weren't a thing, I could leave right now. But lo and behold, I need to arbitrarily kill another 145 just to prove that I really know my way around the Hydra. There's 15 kills in a trip. Now let's go set up for the 130 Hydra power farming session. So what we have going on here is 2 alts to give me hit points, potions, special attack, you name it. It's like having one of those purple drink pools in your house, but outside the Hydra's den. So if you can use your imagination with the power of alting, you can already see where this is going. ZCB spec, T-Bow, Thralls, Dragon Knife spec, Dead Hydra, Abandon the Loot. Rinse and repeat. 131 more times. And that's 150 Hydras slain. We're done with this boss for good. Now I do have one left on task, and I'll take a moment to just clear that. We can make use of being on task in the future. While not necessary, it saves a small amount of time. And Steve was a meanie, so scratch that idea entirely. Now begins one of the most expensive grinds, the one you're all here to see. Meet the Mimic. For some reason, Clue Scrolls snuck their way onto the combat achievements and made themselves a task. Now I only have to kill it once, and that doesn't sound bad, until you remember that the Mimic is a random chance to obtain from finishing Elite or Master Clue Scrolls. And you see my stat page. This account is not exactly friendly with Sherlock and his Master Clue Scroll challenges. So our best bet is going to be through Elite Clues. We have almost every step completable, and they're a bit faster to finish than a Master. Elites has a 1 in 35 chance of finding a Mimic, while Masters are a 1 in 15. If we end up getting an Elite step that is incompletable, we will simply turn it in alongside the other 3 lower tiers of clues for a Master to give it a shot, but I won't be prioritizing Masters in any way. Now there is the idea of juggling clues, however, given the time and effort needed to keep 3 clues around, on top of fail rate being incredibly high, this is not worth it to me. That method is more reserved for region-locked Snowflake Ironmen. Now, why is this grind expensive, you might ask? That's because we're doing this through Dragon Implings. While I could passively complete clues as I get them from other PVM activities, I'd have to drop what I'm doing, de-gear, re-gear for clues, swap spellbooks, you get the idea. And remember, we have the infinite money source. GP is not an issue. So let's place the first order in for 2,500 Implings. They didn't all buy at once, so I'll just leave the offer in until the morning since it's getting late anyway. It's the next day, and it looks like we've got the rest of our Implings. Our first investment for the Mimic is 919 million, so keep that number in the back of your mind for now. Without further ado, let's begin setting our money on fire. You know, part of me's kinda excited for this. I'm not someone who enjoys clues that much, but having an excuse to just spam open some Dragon Implings is just something, let me tell you. Okay, that's our first Elite Casket, and before we do anything, we are making sure that we turn on the ability to get the Mimic. Yes, I'd like to get Mimic challenges. And is this our lucky day? No, but we got a Master Clue. And hey, I can do the first step. And this is exactly why I'm not doing Masters. This guy right here is what kills a Master. On screen now, you'll see a side-by-side comparison between the steps Sherlock can give on Elites and Masters. We can do 21 out of the 24 Sherlock requests for Elites, but only 8 out of the 25 for Masters. I've already mentally written off this clue as a dead end, but with a 32% chance of it being doable, I'll humor Sherlock and see what he wants. That, I can do. I've unlocked the whole map, so there's no way I can't do this. And welcome in Follow the Bard, another killer of Masters, but nowhere near as bad as Sherlock. He can ask us for one of 19 items, but 3 of them are out of our reach. And today, he has chosen to be humble. Do it again? My man. Oh, please, keep giving me the easy stuff. Dudes, I actually finished my first Master. The first attempt, and we got it done. And could this be it? Do we get lucky? Nope, not today. That's fine, we've only done 1 of each clue, and we have plenty of Dragon Imps to go. There's the Elite. And the Casket. Any goodies today? No Mimic, but that's a Fashionscape upgrade. Crab Helmet? You've been outmoded. It's boot season. Another Elite. Now this step looks relatively free, but remember, we didn't finish Recipe for Disaster. So this is actually one of those few steps we can't complete. So we're turning this into Watson. New Elite. And nothing. Next. I don't know about you guys, but I'm enjoying this. So here's another one of those steps I can't do. While I can access the town of Dorgish Khan, I can't actually initiate this conversation without completing another slice of ham and the giant dwarf. Both aren't too time-consuming, but it's enough for me to not warrant doing them. So we dump the clue into Watson, and here's a shiny new Master. Hey, follows a good guy. And this Sherlock guy stinks. Another one. Another thing. Thanks a lot, Buzz Killington. You ever just right-click a name and instantly regret it? Nothing. Clue. Don't bother. Dude, getting nothing rules. Alright, here we go. Those extra runecrafting levels are finally paying off. Here's the 10th elite. Is it the one? No, it is not. Back to lighting more money on fire. You know, soon I'm gonna get this Mimic, and you guys will stop laughing. Just not right now. Or now, either. Can't do this. Master time! Brick wall time. Complain. I can't wait for Sherlock to ruin this one. Ah! Dude, who PK's here? Shawnee? Why the f is he here on his pure? You know what? Taxi me out. Everyone say bye, Shawnee. My casket. Man, what a bummer. Yeah, that's real cool, Sherlock. Just ruined my elites now. Give me another master. Fun little trick for those of you who don't farm. You can actually do this step without even having 85 farming. Don't question Jagex logic. Sherlock, sometimes you're beautiful. Too bad the caskets aren't beautiful today. More fun tips. You don't need a light source for this step. So for this step, I had to equip a Mind Shield. And to do that, I need to complete Elemental Workshops. 1, 2. Now we can get Wyverns as Slayer tasks. Okay, that was worth it. Master Clue, and a fashion upgrade. Boot is now in the bin. It's bucket season. You know, now I find myself eating those words I said last episode. Who needs Barrow's gloves anyway? Dying to leave lava dragons faster, and we get another master! Woo! Dying just makes everything faster. So if you die PVMing or something, just tell your friends you're speedrunning. This can only mean good things. Dude, why is Sherlock being nice today? Maybe I should have just prioritized masters. Seriously, like, this is just lucky, I swear. Not lucky on getting the Mimic part, though. So this step looks easy, right? Well, I haven't done Slug Menace, nor do I plan to. Unlucky. More master content, wow! Yeah, never mind, he went back to being a jerk. Yeah, whichever JMod made this step needs to not be fired, but just have their pay cut by 50%. Whee! This step is another reason why I'm primarily doing elites. Oh, you've got to be joking. Oh, bless the heavens, he chose kindness. Disregard everything I just said. More masters! More disappointment! I think this one took like 150 implings to get. Hey look, the proselyte step. Trade deal. There's no way he's being this generous today. Now, fourth wall breaking. I'm gonna try to make sure every instance of Sherlock is in this video. If someone out there wants to see how many times Sherlock was nice with just the master steps, not the elites, be my guest. Because right now this feels way better than 50%. Here's another fun little trick for you clue scrollers. You can equip the whip right here, and it works. You're welcome for saving you a few seconds on your next master clue scroll.
Who needs Barrow's gloves anyway?
I'd say track the elites, but I know I left a bunch of them out. Sherlock's a jerk. Yeah! Fun! Yeah, that's about how I saw this working out. Not bad! You know the step sucks, but I always cope by saying, it's not Dragon's Eye at least. Man, I went to DKs for this. I am getting brickwalled by a roller. Guys, girls, gays, and theys. Meet Sherlock, ruiner of everyone's lives. Meet Elite Clues, ruiner of my life. More red clues. Thanks for being a cool dude, Sherlock. Wait, what? He just gave me the same exact step. Sweet. Yeah, 3 Sherlocks and 1 clue, kinda expected to lose on number 3. Man, how many times am I gonna get? I'm having a great time. Yep.
This guy smells like poor.
Collection like completed.
Arrow's gloves, yeah, I have those. What is going on over there? You know, I'm starting to think I'm not lucky. Surely the Mimic is coming soon. Right? It's almost drop rate. Yeah, great step. Gimme. And no Mimic again. More of the same. Dude, 2 more till drop rate, wow! Yeah, make that 1 more till drop rate! And that's drop rate. 35 elites, no Mimic. And this is the last of our implings, so let's go do one last master since I've got it stowed away in Watson. Okay, maybe this master is blessed. Sherlock is cooperating. And that dream was short-lived. So at the end of our first stack of Dragon Implings, we completed 35 Elite Clues and 6 Master Clues. I have a feeling that we're getting it soon, so I'm just going to send over 815 more Dragon Implings. Let's hope we get the Mimic this time. Alright, first clue of the sesh, and it sucks. Hey, the boot's back. I'm wearing the boot again. Dude, cool item. I wish it was a Mimic, though. Hey, another clue guy. Somehow we dodged Sherlock and Follow for the whole clue. And Pilot Tripe. Yeah! The I'm not doing this quest step. 40 clues! This is awesome! Red clue. This dude knows my ultimate weakness, the agility skill. Alright, let's get the mark and get the hell out of here before any J-mods start investigating us. Gimme. Didn't matter, had to drop it. Thanks, Locky. Dude, I get so many masters from these. And then they just don't give me the Mimic anyway. I'm starting to feel like this guy ruins my elites more than he does my masters.
You hand over the clues.
See? I swear he's nicer with masters. This isn't supposed to happen. Can't do this one. I need to do Throne of Miscellanea and Royal Trouble. Sorry. Not worth it. I think I'm starting to lose my mind a bit here. Okay, if this is the Mimic, my mental is saved. Never mind. It's binned. You know, David Spade once said in The Emperor's New Groove, what starts must eventually end, and this chest is the Mimic. Man, what a bunch of bull crap. This guy again. Floor. Garbage. Step I get more than incompletable Sherlock challenges. We're gonna win this time. I better get a Mimic for this. Oh, not now, please. Wait, I can do that. It's not lost. I just gotta do this again. Alright, this is the one. I feel it. It's just the worst day ever. Okay, that's the last of the Impling batch. We're now at 48 elites and 10 masters. I'm gonna send over a full 1,000 imps this time. Hopefully, it's the last batch. Yeah, the players will love this! Thank you, Follow, for stooping down to Sherlock's level. Hashtag collection log. I love seeing this step. Hey, Cold One, how do you type without Barrow's gloves? Okay, this casket is number 50. Can we get the Mimic on the milestone? No. Man, this is starting to get depressing. That's another 1,000 Dragon Imps down the drain, and nothing to show for it. At this point, my willpower was at an all-time low. A large sum of money had been washed away over the course of just one day. But we press on, and ship over another 1,000 Dragon Implings. There's drop rate hit for masters. Guess we're gonna be here a while. Give it up for casket number 65, ladies and gentlemen! Holy shit, it exists! It exists! It's real. It's there. And there it was. 65 elites later, we had our hands on the elusive Mimic. According to the Dry Streak calculator, there was only a 5.5% chance of it taking this long, or even longer. But that's all in the past. It's time for the most satisfying Mimic kill to ever grace the land of Gielinor. One big, fat kill. And there it is. The Mimic task is done. Now let's talk some numbers. Between all the Dragon Imps purchased, and the money made back from looting the Imps, the clues, and everything in between, we lost a grand total of 1,254,000,000 Gielinor pieces. Was it worth it? Under normal circumstances, absolutely not. But with our unique goal and bottomless pit of affluence, it was just a means to an end. Next on our list is a place I call home. A place I have much history with, and I'm excited to take it on, and I hope to see you all there next time. The Theater of Blood. Old school RuneScape's hardest raid, and by far my favorite out of the three. With 3 different modes presenting 50 tasks between them, we have a lot of work cut out for us. But today, we only focus on the 2 that matter: normal mode and hard mode. There's a number of challenges, some creative, some tedious, and some that test your patience like no other. And of course, the taboo of tasks: kill count. Now let's take a minute to talk about this. Much like the Chambers of Xeric, the diary requires 150 kill count, and hard modes are reverse compatible, thankfully. So that's 50 hard modes and 100 normal modes being the bare minimum to complete the diary. Now, logging out to kill count boost for the Theater of Blood doesn't work the same as it did for the Chambers. In fact, it's much more demanding and hardly worth it. If your teammates transition to, let's say, Bloat from Maiden, and you're not logged in, then you are ejected from the party upon your return. In order to remain in the party, I'd have to log back in at the end of every room, trek to the doorway, and log out again. And considering 4 out of the 6 rooms take less than 2 minutes to complete in a 5-man team, this is hardly worth it. On top of that, one of the 2 rooms that would save considerable time is far too risky to do so, since there is a wipe mechanic in place. The Nihlokis takes about 3 minutes and 40 seconds in a standard 5-man team, but the health of these pillars scales with the initial party size in a downward direction. In efficient 5-mans, it is not uncommon for a pillar or 2 to fall, and if 20% of your manpower is missing, you begin to tread on some dangerous waters. Now, not being able to really cheese the raid isn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, there's a rather large benefit to it. Experience multipliers, and most of these bosses have them. If you've been around the theater before, you'll know that you gain copious amounts of strength experience every raid. For where we stand right now, it's about 80,000 experience per hour. And since we're not quite 99 strength yet, the amount gained over the course of this 50-hour grind would put us that much closer. So with all the numbers on the table, let's get into some raids. As 5-mans are the best way to rack up kill count, I need to gather some gamers. I created a Discord to house some good friends and associates, with some fairly tight barriers to entry. Must know how to pog tank, be a main account, and have max gear. The first of which being exceptionally important for Verzik to save a considerable amount of time in hard mode. We rallied the troops, and set out for a grind. My teammates for day 1 were more in the mood for hard mode, and in order to access hard mode in the first place, you need 1 kill count in normal mode. So after snagging the Bloat 2-down task, melee only Zarpus, and getting the Master 5-man speedrun time for free, we unlocked it. Now let's talk strategy, since we're doing some things differently than your standard top runs. For Maiden, we're employing a strategy known as stacking. Instead of clearing out the first wave of Nihlokis, our 3 DPS rolls continue to hit Maiden, and by the time we've frozen all of the first wave, the second wave has come out, and we can stack them together, making better use of the Ancient Spellbook's AoE, and the Scythe's 3 hit splats. On top of that, our Ranger can go buck wild with chins. And of course, we skip 30s. Zarpus has everyone attacking him in a 5-tick rhythm, and Verzik has all of us performing the synchronized Pog Tank during her Enrage. And outside of special combat task requirements, everything else will be like your normal top experience, but faster and more experienced. While we were getting into the swing of things, we picked up Stop Right There, which requires you to beat Maiden before the blood spawns mark up too much of the floor, and we got that by just attacking the boss. Royal Affairs, where all 3 princes must be slain before changing colors a single time. The 5-man speedrun time, requiring you to complete the raid in under 19 minutes. And the following raid, we acquired a faster time by doing literally nothing different. But notice how the boss died as those yellow panels came out. With zero effort other than all of us being synchronized in our attack timers, we complete the task requiring everyone on the team to perform some gaming-style maneuvers. Sometimes the Jagex Spaghetti works in your favor, and that new log slot will make for some nice sauce. And yes, 57 Tall Fred, it does complete the task. Before too long, we see our first purple chest on the 5th run, housing a Grazi Rapier. And after the incident in the last episode, money is very much a welcome sight. And after several more raids, we end the first day's session with 13 hard mode kill count. Now that the knuckles have been dusted off, it was time to get into some more serious task completions on day 2. First one I've got my sights on is Harder Mode 3, a challenge where you must defeat Verzik's 3rd phase in hard mode without ever striking her with a melee weapon. Thankfully, due to limited resources, weapons can only be coded as one type, so this 4-tick weapon with a moderate slash bonus is considered to be a magic weapon. We could all just use Shadows of Tumekin, but they're about the same in terms of DPS, and this looks way more Chad. Now, while we're all well-seasoned gamers, accidents can happen, and things go from under control to unreasonably tense in a matter of seconds. Me and Wide are the last 2 standing. And thankfully, luck was on our side. That completes Harder Mode 3. Yo, 94 strength. Please leave a comment gratzing me. Look at that, the 25 kill count task at 24 hard mode completions. So next up on the list is a task that's not that flashy. Pack like a yak. Complete a hard mode where no one takes from the supply chest. Not too tricky of a task, almost a freebie. And that also puts us at 30 out of the 50 required hard modes. So why don't we take a visit back to normal mode? This side of the theater has a task notorious for making some gamers tilt off the face of the earth. Perfect theater. If there's damage you can avoid, you can't get hit by it. If there's a mechanic you can fail, then no you can't. If there was ever a task to make an aspiring Grandmaster lose their will to continue, it's this one. What seems so simple on paper can lead to a spiral of task failures for the silliest of mistakes. So the plan? Finish it on the first go and avoid the mental tilt. I've convinced 2 of my longest friends in this game, and 2 of the best tobbers known to Gielinor, to help me with this task. First off, we have Dirac Obama, a solo tob enthusiast and an innovator for metas, strategies, and techs that inspired even me to try something fun for a bit of content while chasing milestones. Second, we have Resk. When it comes to solo performance, he's unmatched, holding the record for both normal and hard mode theater solos, as well as 5-man hard mode. Nothing else needs to be said. With the team formed, it's time to step foot into the theater and take on one of the hardest tasks on the list. The Maiden. No one can take damage off prayer, step in blood, or let Annihilicus reach Maiden. Handling this room meticulously, it poses no real threat. The same can be said for Bloat, by taking 0 damage. The Nihilicus is where things become tricky. If you've ever participated in the theater before, these little critters after a certain wave will change colors halfway through their life cycles, which are about 30 seconds long. And if you hit one with the wrong style, that will fail the task. For us, this was light work. Up next is Sotetseg. Much like Maiden, taking damage off prayer is forbidden, as well as taking damage from stepping on the wrong tile of the maze. So our plan was to just take no damage off prayer. And it worked. Now comes the brick wall, Xarpus. While Phase 2 and 3 are relatively straightforward, it's Phase 1 that poses the real threat. You can't allow a single vent to heal Xarpus more than twice. In a trio, you need good coordination to make sure you have enough space covered for any vent that might spawn while one is being covered by another teammate. And with the hard part out of the way for Xarpus, the other two phases were a downhill ride to the last room. Meet Verzik Vitur, and a long list of things we aren't allowed to take damage from. The biggest difference from a normal theater run is how we handle the second phase. During the second phase, Verzik has an electric attack that bounces between players, and if there is no one nearby to conduct with, it will zap the target, dealing 44 to 50 damage. Alternatively, if it bounces to a fourth target, they will take the same damage roll. The former scenario will not fail the task, while the latter scenario will. On top of this, Verzik will periodically summon volatile Nilochus that detonate upon getting close to a player, and as you can guess, this damage fails as well. So we spread out as Phase 1 ends, and meticulously handle the threats presented to us. The Nilochus I've frozen is too close to my spot for me to safely move in, so I decide to wait out its timer. Dirac takes a zap, however since it did not conduct a complete circuit, it does not fail the task. Now so long as that purple Nilochus in the south of the room stays up, no new spawns can appear. From here on out, it should be smooth sailing. And there it is, on 2 kill count, Perfect Theater has been completed. A huge thank you again to Resk and Dirac for helping me complete this in one attempt. Up next on the chopping block, we have Swampletics the task. The only weapons we're allowed to equip are those of the 6 Barrows brothers, and of course, the Dawnbringer. Most people will do this task with Guthan's Spear, and Torva or Bandos depending on their budget. But that's boring and slow, and the Guthan Spear can't even hit above a number 50. But you know what can? 5 gamers kitted out in full Baroks. So let's see the big numbers fly. Unfortunately, you fail the task if you don't survive to the end of the Verzik room, much like me. and there's Settled Only completed, as well as Back in My Day, which requires you to do the Theater of Blood without equipping a scythe. With the troublesome normal TOB tasks taken care of, we're heading back to hard mode to clean up the stragglers. Starting with harder mode 1. It's pretty much just normal mode perfect Sodetseg, but do it in hard mode, and if Sodetseg throws his pear at you, you need to grow a pear and tick eat it. And with the power of looking at the screen while playing the video game, we cleared it. Next is harder mode 2. Think perfect Zarpus from normal mode, but you live the dream of phase 1 and step on no vents instead of scrambling like Varmin to cover them. Seems easier, but remember, the space we can move is limited, and Zarpus is jacked up to full power, and instead of death dotting with blowpipes, we're just doing it the normal way with scythes. There's harder mode 2 finished. Now for the Straggler Verzik task. Nilo Sniper. As the name suggests, you need to snipe off the Nilokist that Verzik spawns, as opposed to popping them by getting close and running away. An easy task to complete, but not one you would do in a normal run. Now for the Straggler Bloat task. Personal Space. Defeat hard mode Bloat, but don't stand on top of someone, don't die, and you have to do it in a party size of 3 or more. So how are we doing this? Well, my inventory should tell you everything. We stand around and just... yeah. Riveting. While it looks goofy, it's still a bit nerve-wracking, since at all times, we're always within lethal range of a foot falling on our head and knocking us out. And without leaving anything to chance, a nice little Guthix Rest Tiki to finish. That's Personal Space completed. One straggler that I actually forgot about from normal TOB that dawned on me during this hard mode run was Can't Drain This. Complete Maiden without losing a prayer point. The only difference with this task is Maiden basically just deals double damage, and the mages need to bring more magic switches to secure freezes. What a stupid task. And while rounding up for more kill count, this happened. Then this happened. Well, I'm not live right now, but Puggin is, and I just got a Sang ornament kit. It's a shame because outside of TOB, the scythe isn't going to see much use. Such a shame. Then this happened.
Another one.
Continuing the cleanup, there's the 4-man speedrun time for hard mode. Not too challenging of a time to hit, and of course, there's no money in here. Now for the 3-man hard mode time. I've drafted my perfect theater team for this, so this should be another easy one and done. A big thank you to Spectrum Internet for costing me about 10 more minutes. And this time, with no interruptions from unreliable internet service providers, there's the 3-man hard mode speed time. Now with that, we're left with the final task of hard mode. 50 kill count. So that's hard mode, Theater of Blood, fully completed, with a nice little Sang kit to go with it. With the hard mode out the way, it's time to return to normal mode. Excluding the speedrun tasks, we're just left with Pop It, and another 88 kill count to stack up. So let's pot some Tob. And that puts us at a whopping 96 kill count. I was going to end at 95, but we ended up picking up the 5-man speedrun time just from sending standard runs. We're left with just the 4-man, 3-man, and duo as far as speedruns, and 1 extra kill as buffer zone should we run into another hard mode trio incident. I would be sending those now, but I have big plans for the finale of the series. Aside from the 2 Sang kits, I didn't get any unique items in my name, but my teammates sure did, even if it was about half as many as we're expecting. About 99 mil worth of splits, and 69 mil worth of standard loot. And until the finale, we bid the theater adieu. Next time, we take a trip out to the desert and pay a visit to a mascot. I've got some business to do with her. The Tombs of a Mascot, Old School RuneScape's 3rd raid, and Old School RuneScape's 3rd best raid. There's 50 tasks for us to complete, and unlike the Theater of Blood, we're going to complete them all on the first and only visit here. Much like the theater, there's a large variety of tasks, including stress-inducing perfection tasks, goofy gear tasks, and a kill count task. Thankfully, this one is only 1/3 the size of what we experienced last episode. For this raid, there's no training regiment, so we get to dive right in without me yammering. But before we do anything, we need to talk about the state of my Osmund's Fang. It's hideous, and it needs a kit desperately. Welcome a Mascot's Remnant, the first task we'll be going for today. Complete the Tombs of a Mascot at a raid level of 500 or above, and no one can die. With a yellow Karis, this task is light work, but we don't have one of those now, do we? For those who don't know, the Yellow Karis is a weapon whose special attack drains your prayer by 50, but overheals you to 120% of your hit points level. This allows you to take the invocation called Dehydration with little drawbacks, and it's worth a whopping 30 points. And since we can't use that, here's the invocation list we're taking for this one. Let's see how this all fleshes out. A couple of mistakes in Akka, but we should have just enough supplies to see this through to the end. But before we continue the video, I'd like you all to leave a comment congratulating me on achieving 99 range during my first ever solo raid on this account. Thank you in advance. Alongside a ton of other tasks, there's a Masket's Remnant completed, and the Fang has been upgraded. Now we have the power to ego everyone, and even more so after this task. Meet one of the 2 gatekeeping tasks in the tombs, Perfection of Het. Think Perfect Theater, now put that in the entire Akka path. Also, the mining puzzle needs to be done in 1 cycle. And one more thing, you can't solo it. So like any sensible old school RuneScape player in 2023, I'm doloing it. Jokes aside, this is considered to be one of the hardest tasks in the raid, and is incredibly unforgiving. Every invocation for Akka has to be turned on, and on top of that, even getting hit during Enrage fails the task. So unless you've played a lot of bullet hell games growing up, this room is an absolute nightmare. The only upside is, if you fail the boss itself, you don't need to redo the puzzle room. So I've got the main pack yacked with supplies to accommodate. If I can clear this task in under an hour, I'll be happy. That's just barely under an hour, but I consider that a win. I think I'll hold off on the other gatekeeping task for later, and move on to something a bit lighter for now. All Praise Zebok. All Zebok invocations, level 4 or above, don't lose a prayer point. And I called this a lighter task. None of the bosses can start at level 4, so I've got to walk the path until he hits that. Thank you. I didn't have to do this one again. I'm not a fan of these prayer point tasks. Finishing out the raid, I forgot to mention, I turned on Aerial Assault for this task. So as the task says, better get moving. Nice cheeky little pickup there, on to the next task. Doesn't bug me. Kefri has to be level 4, all invocations on, and that includes this abomination, Medic. That's where the Web Weaver comes in. It's a fast weapon with a long range, so I can snipe out the spawns that fly up to Kefri to heal her. Everything else is self-explanatory. After about 7 minutes, Kefri took a nap and we got another nuisance out the way, but there's another one to come. Babananza. Level 4, all invocations, seeing a pattern here? That's Babananza, and apparently I'm in a Rush got completed too. Very cool. Moving on, we have Resourceful Raider. Complete a raid without food or brews by having On a Diet and Dehydration activated. With a Yellow Karis, this is absolutely free, but once again, we don't have one of those. Normally this wouldn't be a problem, But during Wardens, there is some unavoidable damage that we need some form of healing to manage. So introducing the God Swords. Both the Saradomin and Ancient God Swords can heal me with their special attacks, and each have scenarios where one is better than the other. The first 4 rooms pose no threat, especially at only raid level 300. But let's see how they do with the Warden. Resourceful Raider completed, let's keep the show moving. Helpful Spirit Who? Don't take any supplies from the Helpful Spirits. But first, drop the ball. Don't drop your balls in Aka Room. This one got closer than I'd have liked, but that's the task completed. No skipping allowed. You can't break open the boulders that are vulnerable in the Baba fight, and on top of that, you need Boulder Dash on, so you've got less time between the waves. This one's getting done by just using the Shadow on the stronger boulders and just saying a prayer. Right, apparently I wasn't praying hard enough. Let's give this another go. That's task done. Moving on. Chompington. Defeat Zebak using only melee. Not too hard of a task if you use the sweet spot right here. Chompington, chomping done. You are not prepared. The opposite of Helpful Spirit Who, where instead of not taking the supplies, now those free supplies are the only supplies I can use. On main accounts with diary completions, you can bring in the Falador Shield to give you some prayer back so the first 2 rooms don't give you rheumatoid arthritis. But I don't have such luxuries, so I've got to flick my brain off, and run around like a headless chicken during the first room. But it's just enough prayer to get me through to the end of Baba, and the rest is history. But, damage. The task where you get to dress up like Billy Bob himself, by restricting yourself to the best gear that the average Reddit user can afford. Prior to the Wilderness boss rework, we had to use a Nightmare Staff for magic, but now we have the upgraded Thammaron Scepter. So let's have some fun being a noob. Maybe a bit overprepared with the supplies on that one, but that's dressed like a noob. Completed. Now it's time for that second gatekeeping task I mentioned earlier. Perfect Warden. Following the same theme as all the previous perfect tasks before, and coupled with Insanity, we've got to do it on Expert Mode, and with another player. A bit of a recurring theme for a lot of these perfection tasks. So in standardized old-school RuneScape player fashion, we do group content alone. I'm using my main to go through the first paths prior to Warden, while the Grandmaster account logs out during the encounters, but more on logout raids later. After the first 4 paths are done, the gear gets traded over, and it's time for our future Grandmaster to show what he's got. Keep in mind, any avoidable damage will fail this, including the lightning during the Enrage phase. This task is argued to be one of the hardest in the raid, next to Perfection of Het. So if we clear it in under an hour of game time, I'm happy again.
task completed.
Yes! First try! Next up, we have Fancy Feet. Another duo requirement where you have to defeat the final phase of Warden using only melee attacks. So using the same method to save time, we log out during the pass and have our main trim the fat. But something peculiar happened this raid. Now, perfection of App Meccan requires you to succeed both of these tasks, but my puzzle room was about 6 minutes long, so how this completed the boss component and the combination task is beyond me. But I'm not complaining. I will take some free time where I can get it. Now for the Warden fight. This is going to be a lot less stressful, not having to worry about every single lightning bolt. And again, I'm unsure how the Karazi spec will be treated, since it wasn't out when I tested this on my med level. So we're just going to leave it at the bottom of the inventory and pretend it doesn't exist. Pretty easy task, honestly. 2 Medi-Medics. This one's not as bad as it looks. In fact, it's relatively free. I rounded up some humble gamers from my Twitch chat and formed an 8-man team. We've got to beat Kefri without her hit points regenerating past 25%, while the Medic Invocation is active. In a solo, the Invocation is a nuisance, but in a large group, it's not even a challenge. Free task completions all around. Complete the Tombs of Masket Expert mode in 18 minutes or less. And I'm going to need some serious gamers to pull this one off. And where else can I find gamers of this caliber other than 4DCA? Ran by longtime buddy of mine and fellow Jersey Mike's enthusiast, Lucid Dream. 4DCA is a group of individuals who specialize in those pesky team tasks in the Combat Diary, and the bang is worth the buck if you've got the dough. Well organized and very clear instructions for even the most clueless of raider. Let's get into the raid and see how this shakes down.
Put your CCB on, pray range, try not to interrupt the Kefri puzzles. One of us will try to avenge you before Kefri.
I have no potions on me.
Oh,
wait.
Yeah, I didn't draw my potions.
I can drop 1 restore, 1 brew.
Like, there's no possible way anyone has tapped into that 3rd restore.
Try to tank avenge if someone avenged you. Put your range gear on with T-Bow, get ready for the arcane, do not attack swarms. Is that back next? Go northeast again. Well, for us, they went northeast. Alright, 2 T-Bows and you can CCB. Missed, please.
Missed.
Gonna go and pick power and with Akka after this.
10s.
I don't think it really matters at all in these, but better tank enter first. Make sure your staff is on long range. You're gonna CCB the shadow when it comes up. Do not respawn your thrall.
Yeah, they actually do. It's so dope.
We're gonna run up north to this middle tile. We're gonna stay here until after specials. We're gonna run all the way west. Take a bench bomb here. All you need is vials for corruption. You're gonna be in the northeast corner.
We drink adrenaline for Baba.
No.
Yes.
Oh yeah, for Baba. Yeah,
the
Baba.
wave,
Yeah, not for waves. What the hell?
Yeah.
I think I drained for the wave.
Well, you, but
Corruption.
I'm gonna run all the way west. Skip the bull pipe, just run straight through, or do a shadow hit. Pick life and go to Warden. Start on the ghost instantly and spawn a range thrall. And spam click the boss.
Yeah, from max range.
Yep.
Yep.
Pull up to here.
DD. You can respawn your thrall. Maybe right side skulls for P3 Warden. After the next set of skulls, you can send ZCB specs if you have any. Mage. Range.
Combat task completed.
Congrats.
Easy PB. With 2 minutes to spare, that's the 8-man speedrun knocked out. Big thank you to 4DCA for helping me out with this one. And I have a feeling if I didn't troll Karanda's Path, this would have been a sub 16. And this won't be the last time we see them on the series. With almost every task knocked out, it was time to work on the absolute slog that is kill count tasks. Thankfully, they're all reverse compatible, so 50 Expert Mode will complete all of them. I wanted to use this as an excuse to try and make some decent money on the main after the Mimic incident, but after doing just one 1+1 505 invocation, I said the hell with this, and invited along the chat for some 7+1 friendship raids. There's the 49th raid completed. Let's finish off the stragglers I left for the end. There's a few perfection tasks left, so I've got Wide back again to help me. That's the perfect monkey puzzle, and the perfect Kefri path. These two were pretty easy to execute in one go. Now for the final task. Maybe I'm the boss. Complete the raid with every boss invocation turned on, and that includes Medic. Let's close out the Tombs of Amascut once and for all, shall we? See what's happening here? Past me doesn't realize that Aerial Assault is turned on, and boy is he in for a treat in a few minutes. And here the moment of realization hits. Better get moving. And after what feels like an eternity, that's every Tombs of Amascut task completed. 50 tasks done, and almost 300 tasks in total, with 2 of the 3 raids knocked out. The Grandmaster helmet is right around the corner. The God Wars Dungeon is where I'd like to start today, but in our current state, we can't finish all the tasks here. At the time of making this video, the combat achievement diaries were in a tier system rather than a point system. Why is this important? Because of this perk nested in the hard tier: access to God Wars Dungeon instances. The build-up for this dates back to episode 1 for the Troller outfit, and extended all the way to the last episode for 50 kill count in the Tombs of Amascut. At the current moment, here are the only hard tasks remaining to grant us access to said instances, so let's go knock them out. First off, we have 5 Hespori kill count, this being our 5th one, and since we couldn't get lucky with the sub 36 second early on, it's time to start pressing the reset button. We'll be doing the 1 Dragon Dagger special attack into a Scythe, into 3 Crystal Halberd special attacks, while using a Death Charge on the last set of flowers to afford us the final attack. Hopefully this doesn't take us too long. And as you can see by the in-game login timer, that wasn't too much of a hassle. Moving on to the next one. Defeat the Nightmare 1 time. A fun fact for those curious if the new point system would change a route for a faster Zuck helmet, yes it does, but in a very minuscule way. It would just remove the need to come all the way out to Slep just to do one Nightmare kill, so about 3 minutes. Unfortunately, I couldn't find people doing anything in the mass world, so I had to call a few friends down to help me out with this one. And there's one Nightmare kill. Done. Now for the last remaining hard task. Defeat Zulrah 25 times. Unlike the Nightmare, our stats for Zulrah are as high as they're going to be for the series, so it's worth us completing the 150 kills now. We're still scheduled to get one strength level prior to taking on the Nightmare, and it's one that grants us one very valuable max hit. But back to Zulrah. Let's talk about the setup we're using to effectively kill 150 as fast as possible. For myself, I'm using Lunars with Spellbook Swap to squeeze an extra Vengeance, and summon a Thrall right at the start of the encounter. We've got our alt army outside to grant us everything transferable, a resupply alt for potions, and we're leaving all the loot on the ground, as it saves about 1 to 2 seconds per kill by doing so. On our third kill, we claim Snake Rebound, which requires the last instance of damage to be Vengeance. On the fifth kill, we complete Perfect Zulrah, which requires you to defeat Zulrah without taking any avoidable damage. The 14th kill, we pick up Zulrah Speedrunner, requiring a kill in 54 seconds or less. And then a faster kill on the 19th. And there's the 25th kill, which is the reason that brought us here in the first place. But we've got another 125 kills to go, so let's get to work. And that finishes off Zulrah completely. We've got every hard task outside of the God Wars dungeon completed, so let's grab a few ecumenical keys for the long road ahead of us. For acquiring keys, we're utilizing Blood Barrage to slay as many mobs as possible. And after a few minutes, I'd realized I'd killed quite a fair few and still had no keys. So I did what any sane person would do in this scenario. Tweeted Modash saying my RNG was broken, shook my fist at the clouds, and within minutes, I had my 3 ecumenical keys. We'll be starting off with the garage door today at God Wars. Now if you saw at the beginning, each boss has a hard diary task to defeat 50 of them. So welcome in the Flash Mob and Special Attack Transferring. This goes just as you'd imagine. Our future Grandmaster goes buck wild with Karasi specs, gets kill credit, logs out, rinse, and repeat. Both Org Freezer tasks can be done outside of instances, so I had one of my fellow gamers freeze it with a Zamorak Godsword, and damage takes care of the rest. General Showdown, where we kill off all the minions before the boss itself. We do a little bit of clogging, and that's the hard diary task completed. A theme that we'll be repeating for all of the bosses is boosting the KC as much as possible while leaving the instance kills available. So with quick math, we'll be getting our kill count here to 85, leaving 15 for the instance task later. And that's the final kill needed for Bandos. Let's move on to the next one. Coil's Sutzaroth. Starting off here, you'll notice a lot of the bosses have very similar themes for their tasks. Saving the boss for last, alongside arbitrary kill count, and a kill streak in an instance. Zami requires 20 in an instance, and an extra kill with Demon Bane spells. So we leave here at 79. This may seem out of the blue, but we're taking a short break from God Wars Dungeon. If you've been paying close attention, my Ava's backpack makes me look like I'm from Wish.com, and now's the time to change that. Kriara is in the future, and I'd like every upgrade that I can get my hands on. Meet Vorkath. This is another boss I've put off because of his speed task requirement, but we've maximized our range level, so now is as good a time as any. To start things off, after a 14-minute ordeal where I didn't realize I was using a Blood Fury instead of a Salve Amulet, there's the barehanded Vorkath kill. And apparently this other task. Next on our list is 10 kills without leaving. And the Ancient Godsword coupled with the Lightbearer makes this relatively easy. You ever just forget to do your barbarian training? Right, that's out the way. Let's get back to the boss. While doing the 10 kills in one trip, I'll be trying to combo it with 5 perfect kills in a row. With melee, it's not exactly practical as it is with range, but it's worth a shot. For those unaware, the 5 back center tiles of Vorkath's lair cannot have acid dropped on them, so long as you weren't standing there when he used the attack. So let's see how this pans out. And of course, right at the end, on the last kill, I step on some acid. Guess we're getting this one with range. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. How embarrassing. Right, that's the 10 kill trip done. Let's go get this 5 perfect kill trip done. As I mentioned before, if you command to walk onto one of these 5 tiles when Vorkath vomits up the acid, you won't get hit, and you can adjust accordingly after that. There's the 5 perfect kills in a row, the walk, where you need to impersonate Wooks, and the head a bit early, so let's go get an upgrade. Very underrated teleport right here. And there's the bucket of KFC. That looks a bit more aesthetically pleasing. Now until the end of the kill count requirement, we've got ourselves some gas stations. I'll be trying to score the Vorkath speedrun task passively by using the methods shown in the Molgo Kirby video. Link will be in the description. Unfortunately, this one was just one melee attack away from what we needed. Kill count tasks. I've grabbed the Zombie Destroyer task, which requires you to kill the spawn without using the Crumble Undead spell. And our personal best has not improved, so it's time to try some different methods for getting the speedrun time. Meet what we like to call the Tendies tech. This just uses the simplicity of hitting big with 2 Bandos Godsword special attacks, and scything your way to victory. After a few kills with this, we matched our PB, and it was time for a method I don't enjoy at all. We are now down so bad that we are resetting the instance until our first auto attack is a natural born Ruby Bolt, so we can start the fight off with 220 damage right off the get-go. Exactly 54 seconds, right on the nose. Now just 1 kill remains, and for this one, we will not use any prayer at all. And that's Vorkath completed in its entirety. Let's get back to the God Wars dungeon. Commander Zilyana. Same themes, same kill count task, but the instance one requires 50, so we can stop short on this one. Kree Ara. Fun fact with this one, the Black Salamander task doesn't need to be solo. All your teammates just need to comply with the rules, and you get a free Grandmaster task. Airborne Showdown, Mechanical Felines, 50 kill count alongside the completion of the entire hard combat achievement diary. And some money for my boosting squad, very nice. And 70 kill count at Kree Ara. That's the preliminaries taken care of, now we move on to the main event. After gathering 2 more ecumenical keys from the Wilderness Dungeon, and claiming the hard diary rewards, we're heading right back to Kree Ara. With only 80 defense, I've opted into taking the Elysian Spirit Shield. This is purely an endurance round, so I'm gonna need all the help I can get. The task Collateral Damage requires you to defeat the bird without ever attacking it. Unfortunately, the spaghetti code does not work out in our favor. While using chins, you want to target Kree in between your attack timers without ever actually attacking her. However, due to limited coding, doing this method normally will just fail it. So we have to just let Kree beat our face in for 1 kill just to get this nuisance done. My complaining and whinging aside, here's our overall tactics for taking on 30 kills. If we've got a decent amount of solid food, we can attack the ranged minion first, since we can afford to take a few hits from the melee minion. However, if we're low, we wait for Kree to fly down to the corner so we can take him out first. Kill 18 of the trip, we do a little bit of clogging. And kill 23 of the trip, we complete Swoop No More by just getting lucky. And thankfully, our trip was a complete success. With 3 out of our 5 starting brews remaining, that's Kree Ara completed. Off to the next god. Commander Zilyana, Round 2. This is the one with the notorious "don't use the bathroom" task. But there's this other strange task where we've got to kill her with melee. So Zilly's gonna take 2 keys from us here. After dancing around the room for a few minutes, that's melee only completed. Now the 50 kill trip begins. If you remember that task from Kree where you have to obtain a kill while never attacking her directly, they make you do it again here. That's moving collateral. Now we say goodbye to our explosive friends and buckle down for a long ride. $100 KC, and that finishes the task, but we've got 1 kill left to do in the instance. And that's Commander Zilyana completed, with more than half our supplies remaining. Krell Sutzaroth, Round 2. This one only requires 20 kills in an instance, and 1 kill with Demon Bane spells in an instance. So let's knock out the 20 kill trip first. Wow, apparently God Wars Dungeon does give money, just when I don't have boosters. Freebie task on 81, where I can't let Krill melee me. Demon Whisperer on 83, which requires me to take no damage from the minions. And that'll be 20 kills in an instance done. Time to hop onto the other spellbook and do this wonky task. I don't quite understand its place in the diary. It's like Kree with the Black Salamander, kind of. But that's completion of Krill Sutzaroth. Off to the garage door, Round 2. Oddly enough, this one has, in my opinion, the most obnoxious task out of the 4 generals so far. Keep away. You can't take damage from Garage Door, or his 3 minions. And if you're familiar with this boss, the range attack is incredibly accurate, even through best-in-slot melee armors. So my approach to complete all tasks within 15 kill count was to use magic. It's a bit awkward to set up, especially if the minion respawn timers don't line up properly, or your freeze misses. Unfortunately, my setups were not working, and my supplies were starting to dwindle. So it was time to bite the bullet and accept that I'll have to make another trip for Keep Away. At 97 KC, we get Defense Matters knocked out, requiring you to beat Bandos twice in a row without taking any minion damage. And that's 100 KC alongside the 15 kill trip. Let's set up some brute forces for Keep Away. My method is to accept the first kill of the room won't be successful, since the range and magic minions will see me at the same time. After the first kill, we set up the minions and pray that we can beat the garage door before he gets unfrozen. And, of course, in typical old-school RuneScape fashion, the one that completes the task is the one where I splash my Ice Barrage. Very old-school RuneScape. But that's Garage Door completed. And only one general remains. Nex. Holding 11 tasks, but I plan to complete 9 on the first kill. Nex Duo is reverse compatible with Nex Trio, and all the Perfection tasks sync up with Perfect Nex. I've called along Portego to help out with this one, so we shouldn't have too many issues. After realizing our hits were very lackluster, we escape during the blood phase and go for a reset. Put away! Perfect Nex, please. Oh, that's an item that we got. Did I get perfect? Okay, I got Perfect Nex. Alongside 9 out of the 11 Nex tasks, that's a 1 kill count Torva Plate Legs drop. A very nice 150 mil split for each of us. Unfortunately, Jagex, this does not make up for what you did to me during the Mimic grind. I will never forget. Now we're just left with 25 Nex KC, and something that Jagex thought was a great task to put into the game. I won't be brute forcing the cough task, since this is the free-for-all world after all. Someone is going to mess it up naturally. And sure enough, on the 4th kill, there it goes. Oh gee, oh no, oh, did I do that? Did I just spread the cough? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm such a klutz. Oh, did I stand there? Or that's where you were standing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now you're coughing. Oh, this is horrible. I can't believe I've done this. Very classic Nex Mass World chatting. And that's the cough task done. Never change free-for-all worlds. And that's all of God Wars Dungeon completed. We are now a Nex Master. With only 122 tasks remaining, and no meaningless grinds left, the Zuck helmet is within arm's reach. I hope to see you all next time for the finale. 6 months and 24 days. That's how long it's been since we took our first step on this journey. And today, it comes to a close. It's time to tie up the loose ends we have laying around Gielinor. Welcome to the grand finale, starring GM to GMs. We've got some big dogs to take down today, but let's start off small and deal with a few blasts from the past. Remember these three guys? Well, they have their own combat tasks to beat them within a certain time limit. First off is Gluff, and we've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to take him down. There's no special strategy with this one. Just hit him hard, and the Twisted Bow paired with the Zarite Crossbow does that pretty well. Not even close. Now on to Galvek. We get 3 minutes, and that's more than enough time. With the Dragon Hunter Crossbow and the Zarite Crossbow combination, this isn't even a challenge. Lastly, we have the Fragment of Seren, and we get a whopping 4 minutes for this. Now there is a strategy similar to the Tendi's tech at Vorkath, where you land some large Bando Scotsword special attacks and let the Scythe go to town. If they land, this is exceptionally helpful, since Seren hard caps your max hit in 24, and since the Scythe gets 3 hit splats, you can already see why this is good. But I don't really have time to reset for special attacks all day. I'm looking to get out of here ASAP rather than reset for a cool PB. Just attacking with magic and making sure you're on point with blowpiping these healing pillars is enough to get this done in one try. Now on to some real bosses. Keeping the theme of past quest bosses, we have the Phantom Muspah to lead us off. Another instant solo style boss, similar to Zulrah and Vorkath. And much like those two, we've got Frick and Frack on standby, making sure we've got no reason to leave until every task is done. Taking the lead for our list of chores, we have a task that was so popular at Kriara that Jagex decided to do it again. More than just a range weapon. Yeah, that's right. We have to defeat Muspah using a Black Salamander. At first glance, you'd think this is just a slower kill, but not here. Observe. And if you thought that was bad, here's where it gets worse. During the final phase, Muspah will begin to spread his spikes around the room, and they spawn out from older spikes as well. From this point on, we're on the clock, and praying to Zaros himself for mercy. But lucky enough, this Sally is more than just a range weapon. Next up, we've got Muspah Manipulator. This requires all these to be done at the same time. Now if you're like me and every other Yu-Gi-Oh player in the world, then you don't like reading, so I'll sum this up. No avoidable damage, no running, and Muspah needs to be surrounded by spikes before he falls. My first kill we made an oopsie, so let's try again. Hang on. Rewind a second. During this week, there was a bug in the game's core engine that caused you to fail tasks at Muspah when you weren't supposed to in very specific scenarios, and this is one of them. Now, past me didn't see this until afterwards, because I typically don't look at my chat box unless I'm unsure if I've made a mistake. So, let's hear what past me has to say about this. Hang on a minute. Something's missing. I took damage from an unprayed range attack? When? I prayed against all of them! You fucking what, mate? after the third try, that's Muspa Manipulator. Now we have Essence Farmer. Exactly the same one at Vorkath. Get 10 kills in one trip. So let's buckle up with a backpack full of brews. Fast forward about 25 minutes, and that's 10 kills with a few brews left to spare. And an Ancient Icon to boot. Now we've just got 50 KC and the sub 90 second speedrun. Much like Vorkath, we'll just be sending kills and hopefully scooping up the time passively. So let's see how well this turns out. Oh, hang on, I'm going to pick that up. I don't care. I'm picking that. Gimme, gimme. Mmm, yummy. Dude, what am I clicking? Hello? Should do it. Like, just barely it. Nice. Literally one tick to spare. That is a huge relief to get that knocked out now. But wait, there's more. That's a lot nicer now. Like, the fact that I don't have to worry about the speedrun is so nice. We're not going to have another Vorkath incident. Really, the Thrall couldn't just hit a 1 there? Did I get a faster time out of this? That's sick. Bro, my PB is better than my mains! What is that? And that's the halfway mark. 25 more to go. That's the monotonous kill count task, and that finishes off Muspa entirely. Let's keep the show moving along. Now we've got the Corporeal Beast. To do this boss effectively, and seamlessly, we're going to need a lot of help. Luckily for me, with streamer privilege, I can send out a call louder than the randoms at Pest Control telling you to kill spinners, and a team dedicated to boosting my kill count appears in exchange for scraps left behind by the beast. To secure the kill, I just launch off multiple Karazi specs while getting energy transfer from others, similar to how almost every other multi-boss has gone so far. And in under an hour, we had 49 kill count, and just the solo left. To make sure this kill wasn't griefed by a random, I made use of the purchasable instance. This allows only friends of the owner to enter, and mine were more than willing to stick around and spec transfer. And lastly, we have the first task that shows why 100 combat into the Western Hard Diary into Crystal Halberd was hard required. With that swing, Corporeal Beast is completed. Now we're making a pit stop at the Theater of Blood, but for something you wouldn't immediately expect. This looks like we're geared up for the strangest duo speedrun ever, but it's actually just story mode. We already completed one task here months ago, which was just getting a kill count for the purpose of zero-time questing and snowballing combat experience early on. There are 2 tasks that hard require you to be in a team, and my friend Shelby was more than happy to help for this one. There's a plethora of other tasks as well, so we'll be scooping those up as we go along. Don't let the blood spawns be blood spawns. Go through Bloat's back door. Last hit with the Crystal Halberd special attack. Fail the salve task due to Shelby equipping her torture a second too early. Freeze 4 crabs. 96 magic! Hold! Ignore the game mechanics and make diamond jewelry disappear. Enjoy Sodaseg's balls together. Don't let Zarpus sneeze on you. And now we've got Verzik's tasks. Don't let her compromise the infrastructure of her theater during the first phase. And that lag spike has caused Shelby to get bounced, which fails this task. Now, if you're unfamiliar with entry mode Theater of Blood, you're able to reset individual rooms if you fail as a team, and have your supplies reimbursed. However, one of the tasks is a speed run, and I was uncertain if we would make time resetting Verzik at this point, so I just opted to come back on another run to clean up the stragglers after. Since we can log out during the rooms, it's not really going to waste much time at all. Now, during Verzik's final phase, there's another task that hard requires you to have a teammate, and that's to send a giant stink ball their way to take them out of the game. Even entry mode is teaching you to PK your teammates in Theater of Blood. And that's sub 18 on both timers. Thanks again, Shelby, that was really fun. Now to clean up the 2 tasks we missed. That's bloat taken care of. I couldn't be bothered to buy another scythe, so Cold One had to use a whip while the YouTube guy was logged out. How embarrassing. And the task at Verzik completes after the phase ends, instead of when the fight's completed in its entirety. And with that death, we could log out to leave. That's entry mode, done. So today is May 6th, and I'm logging in now to collect on an update that's happened recently. The Combat Diaries just became a point system, and that means, yeah, we completed up to Master Tier. Shocker. Incredible shocker. Now, there's a reason for me taking a few seconds to do this. We get some nice experience lamps, which I'm throwing onto Strength, and more importantly, we're getting a Master Hilt, which I'll be using for something later. And yep, there's 98 Strength. No other level ups are really needed at this point, so I'll just throw the other one onto Strength 2. Jumping ahead to later that day, we've got an appointment with an elite group of PVMers. You may remember them, 4DCA. They'll be assisting me with the group Nightmare tasks today, starting with the 5-man speedrun.
Alright, you're gonna be this northwest pillar, and then when Sleepwalkers come out, you're gonna melee this north one. Someone else will get the west one.
Yep.
For P1, we're gonna DD here. And you're just gonna spec the boss.
Double Void Worker?
Yeah. Oh yeah, try to stand right next to the pillar too.
Travel left.
Yeah. Did we mess up? Yeah, I did. Actually, pet for
Combat task completed.
And up next, we've got the perfect kill.
There's a task that fails while we try to do this, but don't be fooled by it. If you have repeat failure.
Okay, the long trip one.
Well, there's another one. I don't know.
Bad parent?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, it was me. Failing isn't really the biggest deal, since, like every other boss in this game, there's kill count tasks to work towards.
Speed is all.
How?
Combat task completed.
Dude, why are you telling me?
Oh, bro.
Bro, you're missing out on our hardware, man.
Now for the zero prayer loss. There is a method to never turn your prayers on and just face tank through this, but that's slow, and we're gamers, so lazy flicking prayer is the avenue we're taking.
That's a real cookie.
Yeah.
This man needs
Combat
KC.
task completed.
Can you tell these out?
6 points, no way. That's it for Team Nightmare. Now we're heading off to somewhere that we've not been since episode 4, and it's very, very long overdue. The Chambers of Zarek. Old School RuneScape's first raid, and arguably the update that changed the norm of Old School RuneScape's PVM forever. We've still got 4 DCA around for a few hours to knock out the 4 team tasks, so let's get to work.
It's on you.
Yeah, you can start whenever you want.
Boulder.
Boulder.
Venture,
Yeah,
do
sure it
Crusade
is.
Venture Tech.
Nah, save
Just
for boss.
Diddy on Lemon Dog.
Diddy here. Do we have him?
No.
I can give you.
Oh,
I don't know here.
I can take
Combat task completed.
Got a task for that, no way.
Correct.
I got 2 tasks for that, no way.
I'm just dropping over, dude. Someone can take it. Sad.
Sad.
As soon as Hana's low HP, see ya, Hana.
I have 2G, so.
Bro, that was weird. At the start of boss, I was like hesitant to turn on prayer because there's no prayer tab.
I forgot which grab layout this was. Let's guess, I guess.
Attack anything or just do whatever?
You can
attack
attack
a
a
Mage.
Combat task completed.
Thanks for getting
Soul
4
attack.
tasks in like 10 minutes.
Call down, take that overload. You're gonna overload as we go down to 1.
Oh, I'll go fast. I'm on me.
Combat task completed.
Boulder. Hold.
Boulder.
Is that 1 in 9,
Maybe
aren't you?
we could 1-take this time.
I think.
Come to the front row. Need overload. Like 5 seconds.
Same.
Keep mid.
Oh.
Oh, it's a bomb somewhere, dude.
Gotcha. Did you get Hana? Oh, we do not have.
I have
Wait,
1. Blessings to us at 1.
Really?
How many times I say that every time I play?
Oh.
Hammer 3 scythe, go mage.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm gonna get hit. Look. Hey!
Minus 40. Did it hit melee hand at all or no?
Oh, you can if you want to. But don't die here.
Miss 2 switches still hit 77. We'll do 5-man CM next.
Combat task completed.
5-man speedrun, done with 2 minutes to spare. Now for the 5-man challenge mode.
What did you hear? Oh no.
Oh wait, I'm in toilet.
I'll go for it.
Yeah, just go to exit.
That's a noise. Hail Blizzard Dodger, what the hell?
Free.
Big on
Really?
those.
Club.
Minus 38.
Fura gets seeds.
Hang on. Big brain.
I got
You can go north to the North Vanguard and do your shadow on the melee wherever it is, and then hit whatever's north twice. And you just follow range fang, is it?
Yep.
Can't remember.
Oh, got chins, I just realized. Oh no.
What can we do with the rope?
Oh.
Yeah, they have the bow tie.
Yep.
And then probably just do it across.
Dude, I've just been hit like 40 every time it hits me. Oh, this guy.
Spanker, hammer, and scythe here. Make sure you have south pick and axe when you bank. Do you need overload code or no?
It was in the shared, I got it.
Alright.
Combat task
Who's taking 2
completed.
ranges? Me or you?
You, because I get stalled, so I'm gonna get destroyed.
Can tag her. One sec.
Got the mage.
Scara.
Hold.
Don't crossbow.
Oh wait, what?
Okay, nice.
Don't cross.
Did it.
Are the enhance over at the Guardians?
Yep.
118.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't mind. 5 and 1 stack, I guess.
1 in 200 for that.
Goes to TiVo.
Oh yeah.
Oh. If that crystal actually did die in 1 hit, that'd be pretty nuclear. But nowadays you can just get ZCB, no crystal, 31-second pasta. Not too hard.
Someone's Venge, though.
475.
Oh.
One's getting
I'm gonna need
violated.
I'm gonna need brood.
It's a fun designed room.
Thinking about chip damage, so they did half your HP damage instead.
Combat task completed.
You can use the next chest, not this one, but the next one.
Oh yeah, they got him downstairs now. There's like one on each side. Appears to be no potion here.
You can drop on the floor. Go 0 on me.
3 goes.
Doesn't really matter that I can flick. I'm running anyway.
She 2 goes on the first one.
Oh. I mean, I don't need as long as I don't get up.
Yeah, I still have 80 points. That should be good.
I have 6.
Unless I get orbed a bunch.
I dropped it. Again. I have 2 specs. Just let me rehammer.
Dude, what?
3.
What is that? 1 more scythe.
Don't kill, do not kill. Jesus.
Nah, we
we
would
have-
definitely make that, please.
It takes like 5 seconds. Sue going down. An 8 points
no.
though out of enhance. Yeah, I only prepped 13 revives. I guess I should have done 14.
Like just barely enough. I think I got like 1 restore out of the chest total.
Combat task
Oh,
completed.
How
Fuck yeah.
rich.
4 minutes to spare on that one. Now for the challenge mode trio.
I'll
Okay. Okay. You can save. Claw.
It's gonna double so I don't get the kill.
Yep.
Drop 2 pots. You could sip enhance and go to exit. And then drop it there.
Dude.
Oh no.
Dude,
What we doing?
there we go.
Dude!
Wouldn't be 40CA if it didn't get the Oblivion Crab treatment.
True. Dude, I think we're all toasted. Oh my god, like
you light the far south one, and then do the close south one with like half an inventory. Full inventory on the far south.
You're maxed, I have 70 wood cutting. It'd be a little while.
Oh yeah?
Yep.
Combat task completed.
Got 2 combat tasks.
Nice.
Have not even gotten like a non-overload crew yet.
Hana, right? Hana always got into.
Just go north and Shadow Mage, Shadow Melee once, and hit whatever's north after that.
I brained you like before.
Yes, sir.
Mage is
dead.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's the boss.
Probably gonna be a bit.
We can stay on this, it's fine. Just do.
Go for the melee one after this.
Yep, I'll go mage. Yeah, make sure you use your lockpick and you can go to the close thieving spot. Bank your harm tome hammer scyther, and then you can hit the chest after Vespula to bank your mage gear. Minus the torment occult.
I'm on my way. I could take extra brew.
Here.
Combat task completed.
Tank? Was it dancing with statues or whatever?
Yep. Keep running this helmet, man.
Hope we don't need those. Whatever.
Hell no.
I only have 6 brews. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah.
Nah, you're gonna need 10 from you to know how hard that guy hits, dude.
12.
Decent missed, actually.
Kyle.
There she is. Chode.
Why does it take 6 hits to kill sometimes? What is this?
Whoever designed it needs a raise.
Oh yeah, like, cold. Wait, how many times have you gone to playtest at Jagex?
0.
0?
Yeah, they don't like
How
me.
you went?
I'm from North America.
Yeah.
Ever since they didn't invite anybody from NA, just all EU now.
Yo, they invited like Lucid for Chambers, and then that's the last time, right? Last time they invited US.
No, they invited US for Tav. I don't remember if they invited Lucid
Oh,
for Tav, though.
You could take Claws in.
Yeah, they're pretty good for home.
Brought them in last time, just
Could use enhance.
have it on me.
Oh my leg.
And
Peace. No perfect dome.
got Olm trying to give me COVID. Got the other one?
Yes, sir. Can share with our melon dog.
Life support.
Yeah.
Middle. Okay, whatever.
Peace.
Yeah.
Do you want to bring it?
Well, I voted burn at least. And I just overloaded.
Oh my god, how do you wrap them up?
All won't leave me alone.
I have like a billion like jugs of lemonade if you want it.
Jugs of lemonade.
Yeah.
I've got food now.
Xerox it means, I
I'll
think.
just take.
Xeroxide lemonade.
What's the purple?
Purple drink, though.
What's the
That's the lean, dude.
Purple
That's
flip.
the lean. Last time. What's the pink?
Mike's hard.
Wait, that's pink?
Revite's pink, yeah.
Well, no, that Mike's hard.
They do have pink's Mike hard, I'm pretty sure. Call it like that sugary, like mixed pink lemonade you get from like Stop and Shop or something, maybe.
Maybe, or like Pipeline Punch Monster. I'm not sure if that's
A 4 Loco, Watermelon.
If you have a claw spec, you can do a claw if you want.
Smashing the time.
Oh.
Too bad we didn't smash the time with 5.
Oh.
Combat task completed.
How lucky.
Stupid game.
How rich.
What? And with a twisted kit I'll never use, unfortunately, and over 3 minutes to spare, that's the Trio CM. Now onto the last team task, the Trio Normal Mode.
Yo.
Scores are hard. How many runes I have in my pouch?
Go on.
0.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do you need?
All 3. I don't think it really makes a difference, no.
Yeah.
Crosses first tanks mage and then I tag.
You don't need to tag, just save your venge. I think it's
I
better.
tag one and then go out of range.
Yeah, you can just do that.
Be sure you eat your angler for space after you cross.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
I guess I can't do that.
Oops.
You can get me, yeah?
Yeah.
Broke.
What the? Thousands of Siemens, bro. I'm not wasting.
Can't afford no Gucci chins.
You do make most of that back because of points, but
It's tough life. 3 shot.
what the y'all weakest?
I'm not. No, you get it. Only one.
I'm still potted too. What is this? Go.
Should purchase a single hammer, whatever. I'll
Damn,
go
I
for...
didn't even need boost pots. Okay.
Yeah, how easy is 3+0?
Yo, so much easier because of the specs, probably.
Fine? Never.
I should have had
Just-
you take one of the pots.
Yeah. Oh wait,
Oh.
I wasn't speaking now.
That's why you always hit it, no matter even if everyone's hitting it.
What the hell?
Really rookie.
Gotta face my
That's
camera off
awesome.
every time. Dude, I keep going east every time.
Back to melee.
No one saw that.
I remember I would watch you the most. It was when you were doing solo TLB, like not long after Whoops did it.
Oh yeah, really early on. That's
Definitely enjoyed that.
part you
I
like the
would
most,
come-
the actual doing it or the farming of sweets for like 6 hours?
Oh goodness, nah. You had like all the methods down to a pat. But then everyone comes in with like cheat client, all these plugins, and just get it with those.
Now it's even faster than ever before. I remember we were watching, what's his name? You remember Letulainen? OG?
Letu? Yeah.
Yeah. He was doing some stupid Darok trolling. We found out you could like just negate the green bomb damage, and me and Zach just like got into the lab.
Uh-huh.
We spent like 20 minutes on like a 22% Verzik, like repeating it over and over again.
There's a lot of people like him that just like kind of stop completely. Like, remember our lesson too?
Yeah, I remember him. He got hacked though. That's like the reason he stopped.
Oh.
What? Fucking remember guys.
Second one misses. How?
How do we have 3 out of 6? And then there's like late going for no pillar inferno. That was sick.
I remember he died in his first time getting like really close to the end. He misflicked and I think 2 mages at once. 66.
You remember Inferno release? You remember when Bodhi almost had it, the first one?
Yep. I remember those.
That was so much fun.
He, the victim, would have been first if he didn't have an interview in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I need a bread a bit. This is healing her, I think. Should be crystals.
One got a lord.
on the floor.
Oh, it's gonna jam.
Crystal, stop, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I miss the old days where it was all super competitive. Whoever
Also,
was
like, a
streaming
lot
the
worse.
most competitive content was one of the most viewed, also. But now it's just like there's no new content to be competitive in, you know?
Let me redemption, that's all. You're a homie like that.
Combat task completed.
Yay. And in 4DCA fashion, that's all team tasks done with plenty of time to spare. We'll be seeing them again soon, but first, I think it's high time we take on the solo tasks we've got looming over us. First off, we've got putting it Olm, the line. This isn't something you'll ever really come across by accident nowadays. You'll need to enable this large raids option to really see it. 40,000 points isn't really that much a challenge, it's just time consuming. Something you can do to ensure you hit the 40,000 mark is make sure you've scouted a Vasa. Most things in Chambers of Xeric have a cap as to how many points you can earn from them, but Vasa's crystals don't. You can milk the fight a bit for some more security. And if you've got about 24,000 points going into Olm, then you've got yourself a task completed. Up next, we've got Perfect Olm. I'm sure anyone who's been watching this series knows the theme of these perfect tasks. Don't get hit by anything you're not supposed to. And if things get hairy, run around and make Olm question why he's even here in the first place. Next is the speedrun, and where we can finally discuss why I've been clamping my combat level. You might have noticed something off in the previous clips of the Solo Chambers tasks, but if you didn't, here's why. This is what the stats of Tecton look like in a challenge mode solo, and this is what they look like if your combat level is 113. About 10% less hit points, and that applies to every monster in the raid besides Olm. With monsters like Vasa and Tecton, that can be the difference between an extra anvil or an extra crystal touch, and on average saves about a minute compared to that of a maxed main. This doesn't make the raid a guaranteed task completion though. If our Dragon Warhammer is made of cotton candy, we can still easily fail, but it's just less likely. And the name of the game is in-game time save. I want this to take as few attempts and resets as possible. A normal mode Olm that took almost 11 minutes with max gear should speak for itself. Sometimes, the luck just isn't on your side, and you have to try again. That's the speedrun done on an objectively slower layout, and that completes every normal mode task aside from kill count, but we'll take care of that later. Now let's take care of that solo challenge mode. 38 minutes and 30 seconds is the time limit, and no prep is the no-brainer option here. With some luck in the right places, this should be a piece of cake. Okay, 2 minutes for Tecton's decent with Venge. Let's just hope the rest of the raid is humble. The 9-minute first floor is like kinda bad, but it's still good, probably. Another thing to mention is my thieving level is worse than the gold farmers you see standing in the free-for-all worlds. It doesn't cost much time, but compared to doing this on my main, it absolutely pains me to open a chest and get only 1 grub. It's like 18-minute down for second floor. Yeah, it's still fine. Now I think we're fine so long as Mutadile is relatively close to average. It's become apparent at this point that due to circumstances out of my control, the speed time is very much out of reach. But there is something we can secure. One task that requires you to complete a solo without dying. Now it's very possible to complete the speed task with a death, so if we secure it now, that's one less burden on our shoulders. And that's probably one of the slowest CM times I've ever had. But at least the Deathless task is taken care of. Let's try this again. Alright, 8 minutes for the first floor, that's a lot better. Alright, 1630 going to Guardians, that's pretty good. Man, 2630 into Ulm, even with a bad third floor. Yeah, this is free. And that's challenge mode completed. All it took was for Mutadile to not tank me for 3 minutes straight. Now let's head to the land of Prifddinas, starting off with another skilling boss, Zalcano. We've got to beat the Golem, get MVP, do 5 kills in a row without making mistakes, and get 25 kills. Yeah, that's it. Let's go to the main attraction of Prif, the Gauntlet. Something to point out first and foremost is the kill count tasks. Now, like everything else with different modes, the kill counts are reverse compatible. But there's an issue here. The kill counts required for Corrupted exceeds that of the regular Gauntlet, and the regular version's tasks outside of kill count need to be completed within its own version. So I want to get out of the blue version as soon as possible. So in short, we've got the following. No armor, level 3 armor, perfect, no potions, only 1 upgraded weapon, and a speedrun time of 4 minutes or less. So to start things off, we'll take care of the level 3 armor task, no potion task, and 1 upgraded weapon in 1 sitting. Now begins the existential dread that is the speedrun task. The basic strategy involves making only 1 tier 3 weapon, and we look for about 8 fish and 1 potion. After leaving and re-entering several times for a playable layout, we hope for the best against the big dog himself. The first attempt fell very short, and we get 3 tasks that would be completed normally anyway. This next one got a bit closer, but at least we got a meaningful task completed this time. That's gotta be it. It's like 3:45. Tank. Dumbest task ever. With blue gauntlet completed, we move on to the red one. The tasks for this one are mostly the same, but the speedrun is set to 6 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll start off with something light to warm up, and go on a bit of a potion diet. One thing worth noting is that your run energy is a valuable resource here, since you're not getting the stamina effect from the Egginol potion, and our agility level is basically non-existent. Against the stronger Hyunlif, this task becomes a bit of a nuisance, but it's nothing we can't handle. Now, much like all the solo bosses before with speedruns, we're tackling the gauntlet in the same way. Farming kill count consistently, and hoping the time falls to our lap. And depending on our layouts, we may end up trying for other tasks. Just like I mentioned, this layout had fish everywhere but didn't give me all the 3 armor components, so let's give this one a shot. That's the no armor task done, and we even pick up the perfection task as well for free. Very nice. Now we're trying the full tier 3 armor task. We actually made it to the boss this time, instead of being about 15 seconds short of building everything. And we ate like 1 food that whole fight. Now that just leaves us with a speedrun and kill count to go. .606. Holy, that is speech. 5 minutes and 55 seconds. That's the type of luck we needed today. Now let's close out our kill count. It's done. No more gauntlet. No more goddamn gauntlet. I don't think Past Me knows where we're going next. He definitely didn't read the script on this one. The Nightmare. As its name says, it's a nightmare. But we should be spending less time here than the gauntlet. Since we've already done the team tasks with 4DCA, that pretty much just leaves us with the solo speedrun. Sub 16 minutes. Now I mentioned not too long ago that 98 strength was fairly important, and this boss is the sole reason why. On screen now is a comparison of my DPS with 97 strength versus 98 strength. That one max hit makes all the difference when it's put on a scythe. The regular Nightmare KC task can be done in groups much faster than solo, so I want this done in one attempt. One task that kind of goes hand in hand with the speedrun is Terrible Parent, and there's a neat trick you can do to set up the Nightmare, so this becomes very easy to do. Just lure her up to the north door like so, trap her inside, and when you get your Parasite, just run under her. This makes dealing with the bugs that much easier. And with 15 seconds to spare, we score every task we had left over. While the regular nightmare may be completed, there's another beast looming atop those stairs. Phosani's Nightmare. Just like the nightmare, but solo only, and extra phases. Since we're in a speed mood, let's try out the sub 730 and see how we do. Just a bit short on time, but at least we get a few freebie tasks. Second time lucky, and with almost half a minute to spare. Now let's work on the others. I'm looking at Perfect Phosani's Nightmare, and if we fail, then hey, at least we still need Casey anyway. We didn't get Perfection done, but we picked up Dreamland Express, which goes hand in hand with Perfect Nightmare anyway. And with redoing the speedrun time unintentionally, there's Perfect Phosani. What a pain in the ass. Now comes time for the endurance round. Can't wake up. And if it wasn't bad enough that you have to beat this thing 5 times, you have to do it all in one trip. Let's get to work. And that's the 5 kills done. The SGS was a really nice touch since it maxes on the Sleepwalkers. Now let's wrap up the KC. Oh, cool. I got a tablet. That's pretty useful if I die, but I never do that, ever, so it's kind of useless. That's an item. Man, that was almost under 7 minutes. And we're free from this abomination. Kind of. Phosani's done, but her other half is waiting. Like I said before, normal Nightmare is faster to farm kill count with teams, so release the hounds. And Nightmare is finished once and for all. We're less than 20 tasks away from the helmet, and if you've been paying attention, you'll know exactly what's coming next. The Theater of Blood, Round 2. 4 DCA is back, and we've got 3 speedruns to do with them. Duo, Trio, and 4-man. For the Duo, I'm paired with none other than Tall Yellow Giraffe himself, an absolute beast when it comes to the theater.
Nice service spawn.
What did you do to Maiden? You're hitting 20s now, man. Stop!
That first set of crabs was,
I got the rest.
Here's I have no darts in my pipe, so do a couple shots without a backpack at Nyla, so I can have a Verzik.
It's actually kind of smart.
I can't be bothered trading, it's too much work.
Yeah, I feel that.
Maybe he'll just walk for forever. Looks like the walk for forever off. Click on register when I want it to. I have my own range pot, so I'll just need the stamp.
There be enough darts on the floor littered?
Be careful with your big here. Kill it until it shoots once, and then just kill all of them afterwards.
Gotta wait until that timer happens.
Don't worry about sight. He's all good.
Yeah, I'm just going off of instinct. I don't go like ever.
Muscle memory from solo. Gotta get rid of the bigs.
Yep. One thing I know about range roll is like there's this one that I have to clear out at the end.
Yeah. It's mostly just good if you keep the last couple smalls from switching. Come on the last wave. The big's a little less important to rush on. It isn't a team. Our cleanup's gonna take a while no matter what.
Also flew.
I'll kill the ticks with my Swift instead.
Genius.
Alright, there's 5 darts. I have to shoot 5 darts at the purple crab. That's the bummer.
I think that's Wreck at 510.
Pretty good. Forgot to BGS the boss for a long time. Here you can either put on the ring after you regen once, or you can just camp it from the start until you're 70 left all the way almost. I don't know why I said all the way and almost.
Got one. Far right against the wall. Typical.
Unfortunate. That is quite the unfortunate, so...
I think it's PB for so. Oh my god.
That's...
Holy. Way too many supplies.
Yeah, don't worry, you'll finish the raid with just about that amount.
I might be missing a restore, man.
I'll be missing all my restores. I don't flick. That's too much work. It'd be nice if they actually made some of these things scale down past 3. Instead of just being confused that they don't have a player to shoot, launching a random one instead.
That was really frustrating. I think you're good. Tank 1.
Yeah, and then
the random spot just kills you.
Or you just end up with only 1 square on the final part. just have to lose a million ticks. Oh, I hate this tick.
Yeah, boss scratch into space.
I'm on a different one than you. I'm the one where you have like almost no time to react before the.
Oh, you're attacking on 5. Oh.
It's the one where you get like 2 right as it screeches, and then you have to do 2 again right after.
I love that one.
I don't like how, because if it turns to the one that it's already basically looking at, it's really sketchy feeling. And then I'll give you souls again here. I launched a nice little 75 right off the start.
Oh, we love that.
Well, that was a good one.
42.
Normally it's dead by now. I'll just stand. Put your ring back on.
Seconds, I'm getting a regen here. I have Death Charge active already. Unlucky, it's yours.
Let's see how this goes. One shot.
Always yours.
Damage is kind of making up for what you want.
Pretty early in. Not a deep cut though.
We don't need anything fancy. We'll be able to skip the one after this.
Good, yeah. I'll have 1 spec for it.
I'll double. Be pretty chill. As long as I don't claw heal it. Just not gonna start claw.
Big.
They all can handle it, right?
Barely. That's a 000 on my end. Oh, nah.
I ain't done this in a long time, so good luck. I see if my muscle memory's still there. You can drink and drop stam whenever.
Here you go.
Yeah, my problem is I don't recognize when she throws it. Then I don't see I have to drop the ticks.
Combat task completed.
Well, this account has a better duo PB than my main now.
Not bad. And with a 340 soda seg.
Even with a rather arrogant Sodetseg, we still had a comfy amount of time to spare. Tomorrow we'll be taking on the 4-man and the trio.
Combat task completed.
Chambers of Xeric. Grandmaster.
Yo, that's huge. Congratulations.
Now before we play these raids out, a bit of context. 4DCA are primarily members of Oblivion, and word spread around that this account was being taken on a few raids. So we had a few members of the Peanut Gallery show up.
What am I supposed to do, dude?
You gotta tell me how to do the raid. I'm getting boosted. I don't know what to do in the 4-man top, but please explain every step.
Have you looked at the setups?
There's setups?
Yeah, there's setups in hashtag.
You should start by
that's a lot of super combat potions.
So good, didn't it?
Yeah, get the right amount or we're gonna be doomed.
I didn't know that I needed this many super combats. No wonder I was sitting so small. I need more potions to hit big.
Yeah, they're all for you. Everyone takes like 4 of
Yeah,
them.
He's already like pre-indo set up, so...
You're supposed to chug at least 2 of those by the end of Maiden.
I could hit like 52 with the scythe, yeah?
That's actually what Gopar used to do when I raided with him. When he was hitting bad, he's like, I need a new divine dose. This one is not hitting good. And that guy would actually free divine. He will log in on the service account.
GM to GM. Alright, Huna, I'm doing 7x no swap. We'll just keep everything the same.
I don't want to reset.
I was wondering why you were wearing with sorry, but I forgot it's you don't have one at the scout.
I like the Power Rangers TV show, so I wanted to dress up as one.
Oh yeah.
Do you ever drool on your keyboard when you play Roar?
No.
I drool on my keyboard a lot when I play.
Yeah, same. I can't keep my mouth closed.
My scythe is useless, dude.
This commentary is going like useless or... You're a fat pig.
Rude.
Yeah, I mean, cooking some stuff is nice, but then when you're, like, if you actually want to cook something that takes, like, hours, that's not nice.
Well, I am going to be sponsored by HelloFresh in about a month, so if you guys like food...
You use code SMORK73 for 50% off.
They put the word POG on all the codes now, so it'll be like POG Cold One whatever the year is.
I go Hella next this time. Staying.
I mean, those guys must like make money somehow, but I don't understand how. Like, surely HelloFresh can't be that popular.
I think it's like they were getting scammed hella like early on. Like what would happen? People would idiots. Like people would like just like get the like 80% off or whatever the first week is, and then just cancel, and then hop to another streamer and just get their code, and just like rinse and repeat. Now you can't like make a new account with the same address or something.
Yeah, I mean, apparently the food is actually good. Like someone actually tried it, but
let me stem. Just sip it off the floor, code.
Yeah,
not sharing? Oh my god.
It was range freezing.
Not even.
416 mana.
Need that with it. 52 agility.
Hey, listen, 71. I've trained 0 laps.
How did you do that?
Just did quests. We got an update or like a poll that said, "Hey, you want the game to be made easier and more quest experience?" Everyone said yes, and now every quest gives you like 1 million.
Oh, I thought you did it the same way as you did your hardcore.
They patched that, unfortunately.
No, but like, I swear early on, like, all the high rank groups, like, every account was just logged in 24 hours per day, and they just did absolutely nothing. Like, you're one-shotting everything.
I listen.
This is some good waves of Nilotus. Whether I show this to Wallace.
Oh, it might become a 52 waves 4-man.
I don't know about that. It's a lot of melee here.
255 or maybe?
No.
57.
Wait, you BGSing with
Alt cleanup.
off? Wait, what the f did I just witness? You took your ferocious off the BGS.
Listen, it's RNG manipulation. It's a real thing.
Yeah. The ferocious takeoff.
Shut up.
The Power Rangers here.
Now I know why our Nilo bosses are so bad when we raid. But it just looked so funny because he was so confident, like, he put the Torn brace on and got ready with the BGS. Like he's done this before.
I probably have.
Do a Southeast one too.
There's quite close to the Grandmaster time, try to focus, guys.
Yeah.
Warhammer's second attack, so I can actually hit. If you do it first, it misses.
Now you should do BGS before hammering, so hammer has higher chance of hitting.
When I did like all the like the cases on this account, I just stopped bringing hammer after like 15 raids because it hit like 3 times on so did say. For 82 attacks sucks. Mid east.
Don't have to like wait it or anything.
Rue's on like really low ping, so count for that.
Oh,
I'm on high ping.
You're actually still like...
Oh, then I have to wait like 4 ticks probably. 82 attack problem.
What kind of raid is J Rays doing in especially with its 5 toad black seed?
Middle.
Banana 5s.
Like what is that? That's entry mode TOA or some shit.
Entry mode 5 invocation, you just turn on bananas. We call them banana 5s.
Wait, that might be a good scale.
It's a really good scale. It's a staff getting scale.
Is that actually a thing?
Yeah, banana 5s.
No, you're trolling me.
I'm dead serious.
Why do people do that?
They want sharks.
Oh, yours.
Yours?
Yours. You know what
Talking like stakers now? Yours?
Yeah.
Do you have enough food, or?
No, I'll take one with shark.
Hey, yo, Cold.
Yeah?
When's the last time you felt like genuinely super interested in the game?
Right now.
For like 3 days during TOA release when we were doing groups. After that, it was just kind of.
Yeah, fair enough. But...
You can just go southeast for everything as well. So, like Sub and...
I think before that was like Leagues, Deadman's, like all just... And we get like a limited game mode. So I'm really excited now.
I guess Leagues are pretty cool. I've never played them, but they're always fun to watch.
The third one was cracked.
I remember just watching Wooks. I would just sit there and watch Wooks because there was interesting things he was doing.
Yeah, like soloing Chambers of Zarek with a Rune Battle Axe for 3 hours.
Yeah, dude.
Just do one ammo, one BGO.
I was really excited today. Neo got that record. That's the most excited I felt in a long time.
Shut up.
For sure.
You're a idiot.
Yeah,
I must admit I had a little smile on my face.
You get a little smile on your face anytime somebody experiences pain.
That is true, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. The guy doesn't care about the record. The guy cares about the other guy doesn't.
Sadist. He's just like me, for real, for real. I think I have that God book plugin already, I remember.
Yeah, you didn't roll 1, which is just 3 specs. You can just breach whenever. We're good to go.
The only relevant record is the Hespori record, and you cannot change my mind.
Relevant record is 4-man Nihilo boss.
You can summon a Mother Throne now, starting in like 20 ticks.
God, I miss Rookie's voice.
Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All it really takes is mental. Like,
I come southeast.
It goes southeast with
I mean, Dio, I think it's easier to have like good mental when you're doing like CMs, but for me, like doing
oh yeah,
TOA feels like
oh
such a
yeah.
waste.
I remember doing 400 TOA, and I was getting frustrated a little bit with the live time. Getting wrecked in this game is more just about mental.
You guys are not hitting. I'm so smoking it.
Don't have claws.
Oh good.
Give me soul runes.
GM to GM.
Okay.
Big money, big hits.
Suck.
Ruru lost a tick.
What the fuck?
We did. Yeah, you
God.
lost.
Oh, he lost a tick as tank. Oh.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to redo this, I can't believe it.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Shut up.
Never ran it back again.
It was like spread across like 2 different weekends too. Like,
Hell.
spent
Yeah.
a lot of time just getting back in.
They won't get people for raids though.
I can't move.
Combat task completed.
4-man time completed with 40 seconds to spare, even with a little bit of horsing around. And if you paid close attention to my kill count, I have 2 raids left to do, but only 1 task left. That's going to be important in a moment.
We're ready to pot.
Why the f*** am I taking 4 anglers and 2 brews? I like packing for like 5 raids in a row or something.
Just in case.
You never know, you never know. I'm a chess victim.
No way.
I need your soul rune specifically.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know someone who used to fall asleep to rain sounds like that, and they did it so much that whenever it rained outside, they would just get really sleepy. So their brain would just tell them it's time to go to sleep.
That did happen to me.
It'd be a banger.
I think I guess that was.
That's a big heli, dude.
Is that runnable even?
The maiden we had was far from desirable, as far as time's concerned. But I pressed to run it anyway, since we have an extra KC to do, and the team didn't mind running an extra one if need be.
Do better.
Sorry.
You Dude, you might listen rain sounds when you go to sleep.
I don't know these people, by the way. I do not know them.
In case of a formal investigation, federal and or state, I am not affiliated with these individuals.
They're paid actors from senders.
Raw footage from getting carried to GM times.
Listen, might get a few extra customers just because of the voice chat.
Is this included?
Everyone loved the sound of Lucid's voice during the TOA. Yeah, I missed the explanation of like how to turn off the entity hider or whatever the f for like entering the gate. And now that's gone, like what's the point of ordering anymore?
I wonder who's leading.
I wonder who that guy. This isn't my role, man.
Oh.
It's still good enough Nilokas waves. I remember when I did a few of these carries, I kept getting like 320s with the custom. Wait, is your internet actually lagging?
Oh yeah, I know why. Yeah, well the workout was updating.
259 trio waves, holy.
Yeah, like he doesn't speak in Discord. What do you think his reason is?
Mute.
He sounds like Mr. Mumble.
Nah, he's Finnish. He can't sound like Mr. Mumble.
That is true. Nobody can sound like Mr. Mumble. That sexy as beast. Aye.
Really decent for Zero Hammer and 82 attack.
I hacking love Iron
Big
Man
challenge.
players.
I love Iron Man too.
When I did Slayer on my Iron, I just crashed Irons myself when I was Iron. Because what can they do? They can stay there or hop.
I respect that.
You already know me, I'll stay there for my entire task if I have to. Double hitting everything with them.
Like the odd time I want to go to LMS, and like anytime somebody wants to, like, you know, talk about, like, you know, just either, like, you know, kind of like explain why they lost, it's always an Iron Man explaining it. Like, it's never the level 88 pures or like the 102 meds or anything. It's always an Iron Man. It's like, I lost because of this, and you got lucky here.
I should do some LMS actually.
No one beached. No one wants to beach.
Just wait for instructions to beach.
Sorry. I blame Hana.
Yeah, it's honestly Guru's fault.
No, Hana didn't say anything.
Yeah, he didn't say anything verbally. I don't know. I was confused. We lost like 1.8 seconds now.
It's easier to blame the mute always. Like, that's what I do with Denver. Anything that would happen, you just blame Denver because he didn't speak. So it's probably his fault. How are you 3 runner? Or...
I had an incident.
Can you explain?
Surely I can do 2 here.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Well, ruined my account. I have to reset now.
Hana!
You're still fine.
How is it always Hana throwing?
You gaslighted him into failure. Don't worry
Gaslighting
about
doesn't
it.
exist. It's a term you made up. It's not real. You're being silly.
I'm very sorry.
I have a shirt that says gaslighting is not real, you're just crazy.
I don't do anything special here, right? Just money raid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yours.
Hog attack.
Yeah, it like makes hard mode top so easy to clear. People just know how to set it up.
It's actually nice. It's just a meme, like... There was one guy in Oblivion that wrote in CC like 3 of hard mode plus 1 hog attack requirement or some shit. Everyone just laughed at him.
You only need it in hard mode when the whole team dies.
Wait, what was the... Where is it?
I don't know. I didn't look. 12:35.
Oh, you're chilly. I mean, it's fine, you can get 3 direct, so you still get the time.
You got this. Oh.
I mean, your thing is chilling on time. You just need a yellow skip, basically.
Huh?
No, even.
Now my close up. Typical.
DPS is looking kinda great. Oh, might be going into second webs with these hits.
Yeah, seems good. Why is Dom not tagging me?
Almost died.
Wait, you need to kill it that first hit after this.
Easy.
I think you got it.
Be close.
Combat task complete.
Ain't no way.
Wait, actually,
We can blame Huna. 1 game tick longer than what I needed. This is the kind of stuff you can't make up. 99 out of 100 KC, so this one needs to be it.
I told you we should have reset later, dude.
That guy is like a trillionaire, by the way.
Huna?
Yeah.
Of course he is.
First Dark Knight is really good.
Yeah. Christian Bale is just the only one who can be Batman. I also watched like a week ago first time Inglourious Bastards, and that's it banging too.
No, that's
a good one.
Film.
Yep.
Almost as good as Bad Boys 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a banging maid.
I think we're gonna go for World Record.
Now there's a bit more leeway for who not to die. Yeah, not gonna lie, based off your previous freezes, I was watching that one, and then you suddenly just turned into full Faker and you just won like the North one.
Faker for 30s. Reckless of support for 70s.
Yeah, I was looking at the clock and I thought it was gonna stop like 1 second before and it would have been fine.
Hey, all I'm saying, Huna died as Xapos. That's all I'm saying though.
That's true.
absolutely no flame to anyone. But
But double zero.
Do you get top GM times if you get them on the tick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has to be that time or
remember-
faster.
And I got a 120 guard boss, like on the tick, and it didn't count.
I think you're just bad.
Yeah. Is this perfection wasted by Locust?
I don't know about that.
303 waves? Mm.
I don't think that's the waves.
314 waves.
I was trying to be optimistic, okay?
Oh, okay.
That's what happens when Ruler is on rage.
What do you mean? I played fine.
Not fine, it's not perfect.
I lost one tick. The whole waves.
Yeah,
Maybe two.
too many.
Okay.
Why is Huna not calling where the mace is? Trying to get the team killed or what? He needs like a soundboard. East, west, and middle. This insane.
Now this is looking promising.
6 zeros on Zarfus with hammers.
Shut up.
And, all
I will end you.
Okay, hammer into beach.
Hammer into beach, so not hammer into Scythe to wait for call, just be
Yeah,
straight
yeah,
up.
hammer,
Okay,
hammer into
okay.
beach.
Okay, okay, I listened to the shot calling.
If you want to share it, I can crash Iron Man with it. I don't care.
I already do that. Oh, someone's
can't
using a Blood
even,
Fury, that explains the time loss.
Yeah, it's true.
I need to.
No, you don't.
I do. Nope.
I wanna get into the mind of a 4D Industries booster. We just need Ruru as a guest star in that one.
What are you even talking about, dude?
Don't worry about it. Just chatting. I think you guys got the time.
Shut up, we're gonna die.
I don't know.
Hana shaking, dude. It's gonna fall over.
I think you've been the one who's been trolling today, not Huna.
Yeah. Okay.
Come on, Ruru, focus please. Breathe in, breathe out, don't forget to take. This might even be the elusive sub-17.
Oh. Think so?
Not anymore.
I don't know.
Never mind.
Joking.
Surely this.
I was close.
Now that's clutch.
Yeah,
But
nice
now
save.
you're dealing damage.
Where's Ruru's Scythe kit? He doesn't have one.
I have one. Just
Huh?
not the blood one.
Oh, okay.
It's
You have the better one and you're not using it. Holy shit.
from my Sang staff because it's an owl, you know, so it has to be on the Sang.
Combat task completed.
Oh, I'm a Theater of Blood Grandmaster. And the trio speedrun haver. I think it's safe to say this one went a bit better. And pretty satisfying to sync that up with 100 kill count. Big thank you again to 4DCA for helping me out with the team tasks. Honestly, the banter is what made it all worth it. 13 tasks left. Only one boss remains. Hi, future me again. I have one boss left with 11 tasks, but I have 13 tasks remaining. Something doesn't seem right with the math. I have every other boss completely greened, so I was confused going back and looking at this for a second, and then it hit me. I had 2 stragglers I completely forgot about, and if I didn't notice this and one of these became my last task, I just... Yeah, no, I would have no words for if my final task had to be these. Now on to the final event. The Jad challenges. Speedruns, gear restrictions, and consistency challenges. This one's got it all. A very, very fitting spot to close out the series. So let's jump on in and get started. With Jads 1 through 4 completed, there lies just one real challenge. Wasn't a fluke. Complete 5 Jad and 6 Jad back to back without dying. Let's finish this once and for all.
Combat task
Not over
completed.
yet. I'll have to get the helmet. Oh my god, there's some people. I'm here to talk about the combat achievement. I think I've completed a combat tier. Really? Yeah, I have. I'm spacebarring. Tiz Kalzuk, put it on. It's done. How long have I been here? Oh, good. That's really good. 16 days and 37 minutes. Incredible. When I first set out to do this, I estimated just under 3 weeks for a full completion. Now, while parts of this run could have been much better, I'm beyond satisfied with the final time of the account. A journey that started 7 months ago finally came to a close, and it's one that wasn't traveled alone. Thank you to everyone who joined me. This has been a cold one, and I wish you all a good morning.